know, if you weren't on the stream yesterday, I want to tell y'all that you missed out on some hip hop history. I gotta say, you missed out on some hip hop history. I'm almost gonna go ahead and say this, that I'm actually glad that this was the first time that I have ever done a stream where I was like actually happy that there weren't that many people on the stream. I mean, I feel like there was a lot of people that needed to listen to this, but we will bring back the rebroadcast on YouTube for you to watch and for you to see. I think that the stream will be back to a members only stream for those of you that are paying members, and thank you very much. I appreciate you. I know I need to do a whole shout out to all the members. I'll do that later in the stream. Make sure I shout you out. But I'm telling you right now, man, we had a legend on the show. And in case you didn't know who it was, and let me make sure you guys can see that right here. Move that over. It was MC Serch. MC Serch, yo. Yeah, man. One of the first interracial rap groups. You know what I mean? Interracial rap groups from New York City that came out in the late 80s to the mid 90s. Third Base. All right? Groundbreaking. And when I say legend, this is what I really want to say. I want to say real legend. You know what I mean? Not those, sometimes I feel like we throw the word legend around too loosely. But I'm talking about like a legend in the game to where was putting out raps on Def Jam, which was one of the first independent major record companies ever. Let's not forget to mention that Def Jam is also responsible for signing a lot of dope artists. Okay? A lot of groundbreaking artists. See, that's the difference that we're saying here. Groundbreaking artists. This man jumped on the call with us yesterday and had about a 2-hour conversation that turned into an interview. Yeah. For sure. Shout out. That turned into an interview. Yeah, with yours truly. And like I said earlier, some people were telling me that they felt like the interview that we did was way more thorough, way more real, way more about the culture and about hip hop than he's done on major platforms. You know, we're talking about like major established platforms that have the machine behind them. Because as you know, beatGrade right now, we're still working on it. We don't have the machine behind us yet. We've almost had attempts of the machine getting behind us, but we don't have the machine behind us as yet. Well, we will see, because now your boy is getting on the radar of the machine. You feel what I'm saying? You feel me? Like, your boy is now starting to get on the radar of the machine. So, like I said earlier, I almost feel, and those of you that are just joining in, make sure that you guys like the video so we can get the algorithm going. You know how this works. Yada, 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 yada. Again, that brings me back to my point. In some ways, I'm actually happy that there wasn't a lot of people that heard this message that this man was dropping. And I think he even went up there and he said that. He said, yo, man, there's only about what, like 10, 15, whatever people up in here. Maybe 20 in and out, 30, who knows, less than 100 or around 100. I saw a video today where somebody was trying to clown somebody for having 3,000 people watching their video. I was like, what a hater. What a hater. You got people out there that'll say, oh, you only have 3,000 views. You only have 3,000 views. These haters, man. But my point is this, though, is that last night, and I just, I'm on here to talk about what happened yesterday. I think that's where this stream needs to go. Last night was such a magical and memorable moment for me. You know what I mean? That I was just thinking about it, man, and I had to share it with y'all. Wow. Like, to hear somebody get on a call with you who you grew up listening to in high school or junior high or whatever as a kid. We didn't have the internet back then. We had cassette tapes. We had vinyl. And then we had CDs. I still feel that vinyl is still dope to this day. There's just something about the record. It just sounds better. You know what I mean? Like, records, I think, will always sound better than what you streaming. I mean, some stuff you can get away with, and you can like mix the bass and do all that stuff. But I think overall, I think that there's nothing better than vinyl. Still to this day, there's just a different feeling when I listen to a rap song, especially a rap song or hip hop, shall I say? Because I know y'all just use the word rap loosely these days, and hip hop. But when I hear hip hop on a record that's like spinning on a turntable, it just has so much of a different feeling and so much of a different flow, where I'm just like, yo, man, that is the essence of hip hop. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that is what hip hop is supposed to be. I remember somebody told me this when I got my deal. They said, hey, yo, man, I was like, yo, man, I'm going to just like pass it out on CDs or slang it on CDs. And I'm glad that the DJs, shout out to all my homies that are DJs. Shout you out. All my homies that are DJs out there. You see, that's why people forget, man. DJing is a part of hip hop. When's the last time I heard Playboy Cardi shout out his DJ? Did y'all forget? When's the last time I heard Lil Wayne shout out his DJ? When's the last time I heard Future talk about a DJ? Y'all see what I'm saying? I'm glad I just remembered this right now. This is why you guys have to understand what's hip hop and what's really not hip hop. Like I said before, like what the radio will tell you, oh, this is where hip hop lives, or this is real hip hop. And it's like, nah, it's really not real hip hop. It's not really real hip hop, because these dudes don't even talk about the element of having their DJs. And thank you for the likes coming in on YouTube. Yo, we got to get some likes on TikTok. Double tap the screen. Don't cost y'all nothing. Make sure you guys double tap that screen so we get some people up in here, like I said, for the algorithm. And again, not to be redundant, but who cares? Because we're going to talk about real hip hop regardless. And that was the point that I wanted to make about Serch. That's so dope. Is that he was just like, yo, you know what? I'm glad that this is the way it is, because the people that are here, and thank you, I appreciate y'all for liking the stream. Thank you. He said, I appreciate the people that are in here, because these are the people right here. These are the people right here who need to hear this. That's it. The people that are in here right now are the people that need to hear this. Yo, shout out Lord Kingley. What's good, fam? Appreciate you, my brother. Hey, by the way, man, we'll get to you in just a second, because I peeped out some of your music. Your music is dope. Shout out, man. You see, that's another thing, man. I'm not like one of these average cats out here that try to act like, oh, I'm just trying to, get famous and all this and that. I actually like really do this for the culture, Yeah, peace, man. Salute. I appreciate you, fam. Thank you always for supporting, man. Yeah, man. I worked in the A&R department for Sony. Like some people might think I'd be BSing when I be saying that. I worked at Sony Music as an A&R. That was my job, to go discover talent. That was my job. So I appreciate listening to people's music before they're famous. I actually, to tell you the truth, I actually prefer to search for music that is not famous. I actually prefer to do that. Now, yes, some of the stuff out there is trash, but there's also a lot of good music out there too that's unheard, unrecognized. I know, speaking of Serch, he didn't like when I said the word underrated. I mean, maybe I think there's some people that are underrated. He said I should say underappreciated. So I guess we can go back and forth with that, right? Underappreciated, underrated, it's kind of similar. But I guess I understand what he's saying, because I guess if he's saying that you can't really say he's underrated if he's making money, right? Because there's some rappers out there who are making money, and you know, I guess if they're making money, because, you know, there's a lot of rappers out there, like it's like we were talking about, like with Static Selector, right? He's like, how are you going to call Static Selector underrated? That was like a point that stuck out to me. He's like, how are you going to call Static Selector underrated? The dude got 3 houses. The dude got 3 houses. You can't call him underrated. And I was like, okay, I see that point. But you see, I'm talking about like as far as like the people who are always just, you know, yapping their mouths online. But I guess we can't take it seriously, like they say, man. We got to take it like a grain of salt, right? Shout out Sozi. You said, is Jersey Club still hip hop or dance club music? I'm not sure. I heard Jersey Club. What's Jersey Club? What's Jersey Club, fam? I'm not sure I heard that. But let me say this, though, man. Speaking of Serch, and we're not going to do like the whole stream on Serch. We did that last night. I'm going to put it up on the YouTube. You guys are going to check it out. I'm just saying, yo, dude is a legend. Dude is a real legend. You know, that's the other thing. Is that I think we throw the word legend around too loosely. I was just thinking about that today. I was like, you know what? I think we throw the word legend around too loosely. Because, you know, I hear some people out there say, oh, he's a legend, or that's a legend, or she's a legend. Future's a legend. Like, no. Future is not a legend. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I really heard people say it. I think I heard people say Lil Wayne is a legend, though. I don't know. Is Wayne really a legend? I don't know. Okay, that's another conversation. That's another topic. We don't need to talk about that right now. Yeah, you said to some people, absolutely not. I agree. But MC Serch, I think we can agree. And by the way, yeah, not to me either. Lord Kingley, let me ask you this: you were on the call yesterday when we had Serch on, right? When we had MC Serch on the call that jumped on, you were listening, right? Yeah, let me fix this mic, man. This mic is kind of tripping. Hold on for a minute, yo. Were you on the call, Lord Kingley? Oh. Man, it was so legendary, dude. But that's dope, though. You was in the studio working. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. As you should be. That's why I jumped on this stream today, because I was about to go to the studio myself tonight. But then I was like, yeah, you know what? I need to do this stream, and plus I want to get this out while it's fresh in my head. You know what I mean? While I'm still feeling the energy from it. I'm feeling so great from it. I want to read the bio of Serch too, but yeah, that's dope. Yeah, man. I'm gonna talk to you about your stuff. And like I said, I did the A&R for Sony Music, so that's my goal, to listen to up and coming artists and new artists. Like that's kind of one of the reasons. Just to let you know. And hold on for a second, like. Just to let you know, that's some of the reason why I started beatGrade, was because a lot of the rappers that I knew that I was growing up. I wouldn't say necessarily growing up with. I tell you the truth. You know what the funny thing is? I actually grew up with more actors than I grew up with rappers. I grew up with more people that were in Hollywood that wanted to be actors. I don't know. Maybe I should have turned out to be an actor. But you know, some of my black friends that are actors, I have some friends that are actors, like professional actors. They did some movies. One of my homies, he even did a Marvel movie. But he told me like they're racist in Hollywood too. He said black people don't get the same roles as you know others. So I was like, okay, kind of glad I didn't really go the whole acting route. But I gotta say, man, a lot of people that I just like kind of interacted with, especially being in LA, being in New York. Of course, I ran into a lot of rappers, and then I got friends that are pretty dope that know people too. So I've always just been in like the loop, you know what I mean? And I gotta say, like, I've seen a lot of rappers come up, a lot of rappers that like came up. Like I knew, you know, not to drop no names, but let's just drop a couple so y'all know what I'm talking about. Like Post Malone, seen that dude before he blew up. Tyler the Creator. Who else? I mean, I know a lot of rappers, but I'm just talking about the ones that are like super mainstream. Like Tyler the Creator is pretty mainstream. Post Malone's pretty mainstream. I mean, Post Malone's a country star now, right? And then you have there's a couple others. I just can't think of them off the top of my head. I kind of want to say Kendrick Lamar, but I didn't really work with Kendrick like that back then. But I knew of him. Like everybody was telling me like, yo, Kendrick Lamar. But this was before Kendrick Lamar was like really big. This was like, he just had a buzz going around LA. You feel what I'm saying? And he like dropped the Section 80 EP or whatever that was. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't even on a label, or it was on Top Dog. But Top Dog, I don't even think was like distribution. I don't even think they had a distribution deal yet, or a real distribution deal. You know what I'm saying? So it was like everybody's telling me like, yo, Kendrick Lamar. So I was just like, all right. Oh yeah, Kanye West. How can I forget, man? Yeah, man, I knew of Kanye like way before Kanye got famous. That's why it's funny to me when I see all these hardcore Kanye West fans, because I'm just like, yo, man, I remember when I was bumping Kanye West before he was famous, because you know I'm a producer myself. So I'm always looking for like the up and coming producers, you know what I'm saying? So I always knew Kanye as like a producer around the Charles Hamilton video era. Okay, I got to check that out. Yeah, and I've always been like up to date with like producers, or keeping my name, you know, I'm just like, yeah, being up to date. So I already knew. I was like, yo, who's this dude Kanye West? This dude sounds like he might be something, right? And then Dame Dash goes and gets him a deal with Rockefeller. And you know what's funny is that I was actually in New York at the time that Kanye was messing with Jay-Z and Dame Dash and all them. And that was a great time in New York, because I was in New York around that time. And I said to myself like, yo, man, had I known that Kanye West was going to become as famous as he did, I probably would have stayed in New York and not come back to LA. Because them dudes were out there in New York, and it was like easy to access them in New York. It wasn't like, oh, like they were like around all these people or security, or it was like really crazy like the way it is now. It was like, nah, these dudes were like walking the street in Times Square, handing out their CDs, trying to slang their CDs in Times Square. Kanye was out there handing out his CDs. That's why I was like, respect to Kanye. I respect Kanye. Because I was like, yo, I remember Kanye was out there handing out his CDs. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, and that's what I'm saying. I was like, if I knew that Kanye West was going to be as famous as he became, I would have stayed in New York and been like, hey, man, because this was before the Blueprint. Blueprint hadn't even, you know, right here where y'all see right here. Blueprint hadn't even come out yet. So if I knew that Kanye was like in the works of doing Blueprint, oh, dog, I would have stayed in New York. At least to get that hustle up. Just get that hustle up, get my name out there, and then maybe I come back to LA. So I'm just saying, like, I started seeing this happen a lot, and it started telling me to myself, you know what? I think I got a good ear. I know I do now. I know I do. But at that time, I think I was like, yo, I think I know what good music sounds like. Funny, because that's what Kanye called his label too, right? Good music. So speaking of which, of people who have good ears. So yeah, that's what I just wanted to shout you out, Lord Kingley. Thank you, fam. I just wanted to shout you out. You got some good music. Yeah, you got some good music, man. You should trust my opinion too, because I did this at Sony. And the way I got my job, let me tell you how I got my job. I got my job because I told the A&R, my the dude who was like ahead of me, he was the one that like had somewhat the final say. Well, it was another dude who had the final say, but he was like the second final say. It was like him, and then if he says it's good, then it got to go to the president. And if the president says it's dope, then you get the record deal, right? And so like there were artists out there that I was discovering, and I gave some demo tapes to him, and I was like, yo, man, I think you need to sign this dude. I think you should sign this dude. I think this dude got beats. I think this dude is hot. And they would just turn it down all the time. They would just keep turning it down. Nah, 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 nah. And then that's when I saw that there was something wrong with the record industry. Because I was like, yo, man, some of these rappers, you're welcome, Lord. Yeah, I was like, some of these rappers are actually pretty dope. And you're sleeping on them like that? And some of them actually already put out albums with other labels. So it wasn't like I was just bringing like people fresh off the street. I was actually bringing artists that were already signed to other labels before. You know what I'm saying? And put out albums like maybe they did a group project and now they want to do a solo project. So I was just like, yo, what's going on here? You know what I'm saying? And they just didn't want to sign anybody I was bringing through. Well, one day, one of the artists that I brought through that I was trying to get signed got signed to another label. And then you know what happened? The boss, or one of the bosses, he saw that he got signed to another label, and a big label too. It wasn't like he just got signed to like some small indie label. He got signed to like some major label. What's funny is that I don't even know if they're still around. I don't think they're still around anymore. Artist Direct, I think that was the label. Let me see if they're still around. Artist Direct. They were kind of a major label back in the days. Artist Direct. Let's see if they're still around. Kind of curious. Artist Direct Records. Oh yeah, they were launched by Interscope. So like, yeah, that's pretty major. I don't know if they're still around, but I mean, come on, Interscope, like we talked about yesterday, that's Jimmy Iovine, Eminem, 50 Cent, all them, but it was like another label that was launched by Interscope Records. So Artist Direct, which is basically Interscope Records, same label as Eminem, Dr. Dre, and 50 Cent, signed one of the rappers that I was trying to get signed. And when the dude that I was trying to tell him to realized that, he was like, oh, you know what? All right, maybe you do know what you're talking about. Maybe you do know what you're talking about. And then that's how I got my job. You know what I'm saying? That's how I got my job. That's how I got the job. You got to prove yourself in the record business. You know what I'm saying? You got to prove yourself. They're not just going to give the job to anybody. They know that everybody wants to work in the record business, or at least at that time. I don't know about today. Maybe not today, but at that time, everybody wanted a job at the record business. Because, this is before the internet. You got to remember this, too. The internet wasn't around yet. So it was like you had to get a record deal back then to get known. So many gatekeepers, as MC Serch says. So going back to A&R, speaking of A&Rs, yeah, Serch helped put out Nas. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Facts. Serch was low-key the A&R for Nas Illmatic. Let me make sure you can see that right here. Let me just bring that over here so you can see. I got it right here on my wall. Yeah, Nas Illmatic, which a lot of people will say is the greatest rap album of all time, or one of the greatest rap albums of all time. But when I really think about it, I really think that it is the greatest rap album of all time. Like, if you had to say, what is the best rap album of all time? Funny, I looked this up too. The greatest rap albums of all time. It's usually always in the top 10. Yeah, Live at the Barbecue. That's what, you know what's up. You know your stuff. That's what Serch brought up. Yo, too bad you weren't on the call yesterday, dude. You know what's up. Serch rapped Nas's verse from Live at the Barbecue from beginning to end. I thought he was just going to kick a couple bars. Yo, he rapped the whole verse. He rapped Nas's whole verse. Let me tell you this. I'm so glad you brought that up, fam. Because let me tell you this. I had to go back and do my research. Legendary verse. And it still sounds good today. I had to go back and do my research. And I went back and I looked up Nas's track. Did you know on YouTube that there's actually a video performance of Nas performing the song at a club in the underground? And it's like so hype. It's like in 91. And there's Nas on the stage rapping the verse. Do you know that? He got the mic like this. And he's up on stage rapping the mic. Yeah, I went back and I watched that video on YouTube. Such classic, man. So classic. The Tunnel. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that. Shout out to you, man. Are you in New York? Is that how you know that? Shout out to you. You must be in New York, right? Yeah, I didn't even know where that was at. I was just like, yo, this shit is so dope. Okay, so yeah, that's how you know. Dope. You're in New York. Shout out New York. Shout out NY. And Serch, I mean, I remember Live at the Barbecue. I remember that, but I was always like, oh yeah, that's cool. That's the song that made Nas. But it was like, I was like, yo, the way Serch was talking about it and the fact that he like rapped the whole verse, 16 bars or how many bars it was. It sounded like it might have been more than 16, but I know it was at least about 16 bars. He rapped the whole at least 16 bars. And he rapped it like he meant it. He didn't just rap it like, oh yeah, he said that. Like, no, he went and he spit on the phone like, this is how he said the raps. I was like, yo, like imagine hearing MC Serch rap Nas's Live at the Barbecue verse on the phone to you and be hype about it. That's just like, that I don't even know what to do after that, man. I don't even know what to do. Don't worry, you didn't miss it too much because we filmed it. And it's going to be on YouTube tomorrow. I'm going to put it on YouTube this weekend, tomorrow. So make sure you check the YouTube channel. You know, it's just right here, beatGrade. And then the link is in the bio. You know what I mean? So I'm going to put the rebroadcast up. And what's dope is that Serch even told me to do it. He's like, yo, make sure you put this. Like, Serch wanted it to be up there. Oh, thanks, fam. I appreciate you for the subscription. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, the live stream, I think I'm going to make members only. You don't have to worry about that because I know you support. But the live stream, I think I'm going to make members only. But, yeah, man, the stream, I'm going to take the little clip from the stream and I'm going to put it up, repurpose it on YouTube because it needs to be up, man. He was spitting so much history about how Nas came into the game and how Nas like got signed, how he had Q-Tip, DJ Premier, pretty much all the best producers in hip hop ever on that album Illmatic, which kind of also makes it one of the greatest albums of all time. Q-Tip from Tribe Called Quest doing the production. You know, he said the Large Professor had a lot to do with that. It was just like, damn, dude, like hearing that history, hearing that knowledge, hearing him break down how he wasn't even sure how he was going to pay bills. And then he figured it out and then got down with the label. And then they went and they discovered Nas. And then, like you said, after Nas did Live at the Barbecue, everybody knew that they had to sign him. And thus a legend was born. You know what I mean? And I can tell that when I watched that footage from Live at the Barbecue, I could tell that, yo, man, that was like such real hip hop, dude. It was almost like hip hop overload, dude. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the underdog story. Yeah, man, it was just like just to hear the whole story of Illmatic, like one of the greatest rap albums of all time. Not to mention that MC Serch was also the executive producer of It Was Written too, Nas' second album. So, you know, that's also interesting too. He didn't just do Illmatic. He also did It Was Written. So it's like, yo, man, yeah, that was pretty crazy. That was pretty crazy, man. I gotta say. And I got it pulled up. I know you're not gonna see it right here on TikTok, but I got it pulled up here on YouTube because, you know, this will be again for the rebroadcast. But Third Base, I got their Wikipedia pulled up right here. And I was looking over their bio and stuff, but I just thought, like, you know what? Maybe it's just better that I read it on the stream because I was going to go back. I mean, I already know about them because I was already doing my, you know, I was already listening to them and doing my research when I was young. But I was just like, yo, man. Third Base is an American hip-hop group that was most active in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Formed by MC Serch and Pete Nice and DJ Richie Rich, the group was notable for being one of the first successful, notice the key word right here, keyword, successful. They were known for being, or notable for being, one of the first successful interracial hip-hop acts. All right? Along with the Beastie Boys and producer Rick Rubin, MC Serch and Pete Nice were two of the very few white hip-hop artists who were widely respected in the community. The group dissolved in 1994, but had reunions in 2000 and 2013. Now, that was a question I probably should have asked him last night. Yeah, you said same, straight up, man. Yeah, I should have asked him about that. He did talk about, what's his name? He did talk about, well, Dante Ross. Hold on, let me just make sure I fact check this real quick before I say something. Hold on. Let me just fact check something real quick. All right, yeah, I guess he was somebody else. All right, yeah, I thought so. I'm glad I fact checked that. All right, so MC Serch and DJ Richie Rich, three founding members of the group. And that goes back to what I was saying. Remember back then when rap groups had DJs in them? Like, that's my DJ. That's my DJ. Because you see, DJing is a part of hip hop. And that's what I tried to explain to these youngsters a lot of times, is that they don't understand that a lot of these so-called rappers that y'all put in these places, they do not carry the elements of hip hop. And to go back to my point when I was saying that vinyl just tastes it tastes better and it sounds better when you hear it like that on the record. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out. The elements, exactly. KRS said there was 5, but we know for sure that there's 4. DJing, MCing, graffiti, and breaking. Right? The elements. There's a culture to this. And like I said, shout out to all of my friends that are DJs. You know what I'm saying? That told me, yo, you need to put your music on vinyl. Put it on vinyl. Because the DJs are going to eat it up. When you, like I said, it tastes better. The DJs are going to eat it up when you put it on vinyl. And let me just throw a little fact out here too for y'all. I think it's still dope to put music on vinyl. I think even to this day. Because Tokyo, Japan, they have a huge following that buys vinyl still. And also Europe. A lot of people in Europe still love vinyl. And in America too. You know, but I know like in Europe and Japan, they still love vinyl records. So this is a point I just want to say real quick, man. Richie Rich was a local DJ, while Nice was an English major at Columbia University who hosted a hip-hop show on the Columbia student radio station. Okay, so he knows what's up. He used to work at radio. Serch performed at clubs and block parties and released a single. The two first performed as Three the Hard Way, a name referred to the song Words of Wisdom, but later redubbed themselves as Third Base, which is a dope-ass name. before recording their first album. Sam Seaver, Prince Paul, we know right here, Prince Paul, who's also a legend. And I don't know if you guys can see all this right here, but let me make sure if you guys can read along with me real quick. Prince Paul and Bomb Squad, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Produced the 1989 debut, the Cactus album. So if you already had them on it, then you already know they're about to do something. The Cactus album, a critically acclaimed LP that went gold and contained a minor hit in the Gas Face. And I think that was the song that also featured a young MF Doom before MF Doom became MF Doom. Interesting, I don't even see that in the Wikipedia. Let's not forget, Serch was rapping with Doom before Doom became MF Doom. That's what I'm saying. Like, MC Serch is such a legend, dude. He's such a legend. And not to mention that the album went gold. 500,000 copies, 500,000. Real copies, not streams. We're not talking about fake streams or bought streams. We're talking about real physical purchases sold. Cost of goods produced and manufactured. So yeah, look, man, they got a video, the accompanying video, which featured a bevy of humorous cameo appearances. See, from the then unknown MF Doom, DJ Sub Rock, Gilbert Godfrey, Flavor Flav, Salt and Pepper, Kid and Play, and EPMD, garnered respectable MTV airplay, and the single peaked at number 5 on the Billboard charts for top singles. The video contained insults aimed at MC Hammer, because we all know that MC Hammer was like the pop rapper at the time. Public Enemy member Professor Griff, and record executives Lyra Cohen. I didn't know that they went at Lyra Cohen, but that makes sense. You know what's funny too is that if he did the Gas Face song and it was a diss towards Lyra Cohen, which I got to go back and do my research on it, it's funny because last night he was talking good about Lyra Cohen, so I guess they must have squashed their beef. But I know Lyra Cohen was like the crooked, probably record label executive at the time. Yeah, you're right. Zev Love X. Yeah, from KMD, right? Yeah, man. You're right about that, man. You're right about that. So it's like, man, dude was responsible for putting out a lot of legends, helping a lot of legends get out there, putting a lot of people out there. I mean, it's like, yo, man. So yeah, man. I was trying to look for how they got their deal, but it looks like whoever wrote this Wikipedia. Let me just see something real quick. Let's just see. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. But yeah, you know your shit. You know your shit, man. You know what's going on. Yeah, he was shouting out Lyra Cohen. I got to go back and watch the replay myself. But if I'm not mistaken, I think he said that Lyra Cohen is now his you know what I'm saying, his mentor. Which is dope. I mean, shout out. You know, people grow, people mature. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me check something. You see, that's why I have the graffiti right here in the background, because your boy used to write too. I used to do, man, I did all the elements of hip hop. I used to DJ. I still DJ. I still do graffiti. I still breakdance. And I still rap. Yo, I do all the elements of hip hop to this day. To this day. Let me say that again. I still rap. I still DJ. I still breakdance. And I still do graffiti. Every now and then, there's just a good feeling about writing your name on the wall. You know what I'm saying? I don't do it like I used to, but it still feels good sometimes. Sometimes it feels good to get a can of spray paint and just spray paint your name. your rap name on the wall. Maybe I'm gonna continue to do that when I put out my new album. Maybe when I do my new album, I might just bomb the city real quick. Yo, there's a dope ass movie called that, right? Bomb the City or something like that. They also targeted Vanilla Ice. I wonder how he feels about Vanilla Ice right now. Yo, so, okay, here we go. I think it might be here. As reported in many interviews, Serch had tied unsuccessfully to join with fellow New Yorkers, the Beastie Boys. Upon signing with Def Jam, Third Base inherited their label's feud with the Beasties. The Cactus album was released shortly after the Beastie Boys, riding high on the success of License to Ill, walked out of their contract on the label. In addition, because, you know, the Beastie Boys were also signed to Def Jam, let's not forget. Riding high on the success. Wow. I didn't know that they had beef with the Beastie Boys. See, now that I'm reading this, I feel that if I do another interview with MC Serch, I'm going to be way more prepared now. I'll be way more prepared. I also feel like I got to go back and watch those other interviews that he did with Drink Champs and Breakfast, or not Breakfast Club. I think he might have been on Breakfast Club too, though. I wouldn't be surprised. If he hasn't been on Breakfast Club, then that's stupid. But Math Hoffa and all them, you know what I'm saying? Oh, Estevez, yes. What's good, man? I think I saw your name pop up recently. You said you was talking to my big bro, Serch. Yeah, man, that was so dope. That's exactly what my last project was. It's all rap, hip-hop mixed in one. Yep, that's right, man. Shout out Estevez, man. I appreciate you, fam. Shout you out. Thank you, man. Yeah, man, Serch. That was dope, man. So you were on the call yesterday, just to make sure, because I know we had people like that were in and out. I know he jumped on a lot later than we were going. Like I said, like, you know, I jumped on kind of late here tonight, but I felt like, you know what, I just got to get up here and talk about this for a second, because it was so real and so legendary, and I'm glad that, okay, word. Was he not dropping jewels? And by the way, have you heard the other interviews that he did? Like the interviews? Yeah, you're right. He always does. That's true. That is true. Okay, well, I guess what I'm saying is this. Did you watch his interviews on Math Hoffa or Drink Champs? And how would you compare to what he was saying yesterday to those interviews? I mean, I know those interviews are big platforms. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I fixed that. Those interviews are big platforms, so I already know that, like, you know, they're gonna have some like craziness. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're gonna have to talk about something real, right? But I really feel like some people. Let me fix this real quick. Give me a second, y'all. You said that you would say that he is authentic in anything he speaks on. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, you know, that's the beautiful thing, man, is that some of these people are going to keep it authentic and some people don't. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, that's what one of the homies had said on the stream last night. He said that, like, yo, you know what? Even though he'll always speak the truth, but when it's in person, which is what it kind of felt like last night, it feels like, you know, you don't have to worry about being as censored. You know what I'm saying? Whereas, like, some people, they're going to be censored. You know, you might not be able to say certain things. You might not be able to do certain things. But, like, basically with him, he was, like, letting it out. Like, he was letting people know, like, hey, man. Like, people were telling me they felt like it was a little bit more unfiltered. But yeah, man, I agree. He's always going to spit facts and speak about the knowledge no matter where he is. But I got to tell you, man, you said he literally gives me tough love at times when I get off my focus. Oh, word, man. Yeah, you got to tell him to get us back, to get drop some more jewels on here. You know, there's no rush, but when we can get Serch back up here, because I think he was spitting so much knowledge that a lot of people needed to hear. You know what's funny too, and I'm sure you'll agree with this, Estevez, is that not only was he spitting knowledge that people need to hear, but he be spitting knowledge that I think just anybody needed to hear. Like we even went on a deeper topic where it didn't even have to do really with hip hop. It was just more like, hey, believe in yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, believe that you can do it. You can do it. Like that movie, you can do it, man. And that's what I also think what was dope. But yeah, and like I said, man, yeah, exactly. You got it, Lord Kingley. Like I'm saying, man, like it's good that those of us that were in the chat last night, we all saw, like, I feel like we witnessed history, man. At least on this channel, at least on the beatGrade channel, we witnessed history last night. And like I said, man, I'm going to go back and do my research. Who knows? Maybe we'll watch a few clips while we're here. Let me see if I can pull some stuff up. Maybe we'll watch a few clips while you guys are here. Because I'm like, okay. Yeah, life knowledge, man. Yeah, I wonder how he feels about MC Hammer now. He loves people in general, and he has so much love for his fans and appreciation. Oh, okay, word. And the blessings, I feel that, man. He literally gives me tough love. Yo, yeah, I read that. Yeah, I gotta see that, man. I gotta see that. And shout out to you, the Vest. Thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, fam. Thank you. That's what we doing right here, man. That's why I come up on here and do these pretty much every day, is because we got to build this community and build a real community. And that was another thing that I respected that Serch said to me, was that he said, yo, man, he's like, I like your takes, because he said, I know you're smart. Whereas a lot of these dudes out here, they're stupid. Like he said, like with academics and all them. And it's good that he knows it don't really matter how many like rappers you have, or not just rappers, but how many rappers, producers, DJs, or fans, or people on your chat, or people that are streaming you, or people that are watching you. Because yeah, you got these people like academics that might have like, you know, a couple thousand people watching his at a time. And I feel like we getting there, we building there. That's all it is. You got to just be consistent. I understand. The more consistency, the better. You know what I'm saying? But it was like, he basically was just saying in a way, I like how he sees it from a different point of view of, yo, man, their shit is stupid. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, their shit is stupid. I don't care how many people. And that's when you know you're talking to a real legend. Because a real legend is going to know, who cares like what all that noise is and how many people are watching this or how many people are streaming on this. What we're going to do right here is we're going to speak about the realness, and we're going to speak about the culture right here. And I really respected that, man. It was like he gave me the talk that I needed to hear in a way. Yeah, quality over quantity. Shout out, man. I agree with you on that. And he's like, man, I don't care how many people are up in here. You're here, I'm here, and to the few people that are listening, we going to speak some knowledge right here. Hey, yo, let me say this, really, man. 10 people is enough, really. I remember when I was rocking shows with my crew and with me, there'd be shows that we would do where there'd be like 100 people in the crowd. I've done shows where there'd be 1,000 people in the crowd. And I've done shows, believe it or not, where there'd be 10,000 people in the crowd. And then I've also done shows where there'd be 10 people in the crowd. But I say it don't matter if there's 10 people or if there's 10,000 people. Or if there's 10 million people or billion, whatever you want to say it, man. We going to say that we're still going to drop some knowledge regardless. You feel what I'm saying? We going to still drop the knowledge, man. Don't matter the numbers. And I really respected that about Serch. And it was like, I needed to hear that again, man. I needed to hear that. Like, it was almost like I got a little caught up in the bullshit. And it was like Serch, like, he like brought me back in. That's why I had to share this with you guys. It's like MC Serch, man. Shout out to you, man. Thank you so much, dude. Like, thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you, Serch. It was like he brought me back in, man. And he was like, yo, man, don't worry about all the shiny objects. Don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? Get your message out there regardless. 100%. He's speaking facts. Academics is but as long as you do what you love and always push through. I feel you on that, man. Yeah, bro, numbers isn't always the key. They watching you regardless. Exactly. The people that know, and that's the thing, like academics, I think he also obviously has the system behind him and pushing him. Like these dudes like Adam 22, all these dudes, they got some money, you know what I'm saying? They got a little money, and then they can commingle with each other. Academics goes on their show, Adam 22 goes on the other show, Vlad goes on academics. I'm looking this up right now, man. I'm looking this up as I speak. I see Vlad and MC Serch. We're both on No Jumper. Crazy. We might have to watch a little clip. We might have to watch that clip. I didn't know that Vlad, MC Serch, and Adam 22. Well, actually, oh no. Oh, he's talking trash about Vlad. I guess MC Serch don't like Vlad, which makes sense. Yeah. The machine, yeah. Yeah, man. Like once the machine starts pushing you, you know what I'm saying? That's what it is. You said, look, you went from 11 people to 116 in like 20 seconds. Yeah, shout out, man. Very true. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is, man. Like you got the machine that pushes these dudes. So it's obviously a lot easier to start getting these numbers coming in and getting all these people to start dropping or start coming in once you have the machine that's behind you, right? And the machine starts putting money into that, right? And start like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, thank you guys for the likes, man, coming in. Yeah, you got what's it called, man? People have the machine. You know what I'm saying? Of course they're going to get pushed. Of course. That's what I'm saying. And like I said, these podcasters or these hip hop people, they'll all go and intertwine and work with other people and do all that stuff. But it's just like, yo, man, like you said, Estevez, right? We got to start somewhere. We got to start somewhere, man. That's what it is. Lil Doughboy, what's good, fam? I just saw your comment right now. Lil Doughboy, what's good, y'all? Yeah, man, we're talking about what we did yesterday, the goal that we accomplished yesterday, man, having a legend on the show. You know what I'm saying? We finally had a legend on the show, but what's good, Lil Doughboy? Yeah, you're right, man. You're right. I'm happy that Serch came on and dropped some knowledge, man. And it, like I said, I just needed that reminder for myself that it doesn't really matter about the numbers. I mean, the numbers helps. The numbers cool. But like you said earlier, and shout out to Lord Kingley and Estevez. I appreciate y'all. Like you said earlier, man, quality over quantity. That's the truth, man. That's the truth. Like, don't forget, I'm not just streaming on YouTube and I'm not just streaming on TikTok. I'm streaming on Facebook as well. I'm multi-streaming right now. I'm streaming on TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube. You know, and once I get some more equipment set up here, I want to do Twitter, Instagram, Rumble, and Twitch as well. I want to be like multi-streaming on like 10 different platforms at the same time if possible. But right now, at least I'm doing 3 platforms, which is good enough, right? So between all y'all right now, we got a little amount of people up in here. And like now what we gonna do, man, is we gonna just take it to the next level now. We're just gonna take it to the next level, man. We're just gonna keep increasing. I hope to see that we can make this grow by the end of the year. By the end of the year, like I'm going hard, dude. I'm going hard. Thank you, fam. I appreciate you. Appreciate you, Lil Doughboy. Congrats to you on that, man. Let's go. Yeah, man. We got the legend MC Serch up in the building yesterday. And make sure you check the YouTube channel. All y'all that are on the stream right now, make sure y'all check the YouTube channel tomorrow morning, depending upon what time I get off this stream at, because I still gotta like edit it and stuff. But tomorrow morning, make sure you check the YouTube channel beatGrade, because I'm gonna put up the uncut, unraw MC Serch. I mean, we're gonna call it an interview in a way. We can't call it, because I started asking him questions. You know, I do a little journalism. I do a little journalism. So, you know what I'm saying? Definitely check out Estevez on Platies. Okay. Yeah, I will. Okay, is this on YouTube? I'll definitely check it out, man. Yeah, I'm gonna post it up tomorrow because it's a dope, in-depth interview, and I think it's really something that everybody, especially every artist coming up, needs to hear. Oh yeah, anything you listen on, fam. Okay, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, that's dope. Thank you. I appreciate you for the support, man. Yeah, man. And like I said again, man, it makes me feel dope that Serch said to me, he's like, yo, man, he said, the reason why I jumped on your guys' stream, because like, yeah, you guys were all up here, Estevez. I know Lord Kingley, you've been up in here before. Shout out Lil Doughboy. Shout out to some of the other homies. I don't know if they up in here right now. They probably sleeping. I know I jumped on here kind of late. But like all the other people that were on last night, yo, dude, we went on a ride. I think the reason why we kind of went on a ride or a journey last night was because we weren't expecting that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we weren't expecting that. And that's when it's the best. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you got to view it, man. He was dropping so many gems, dude. I might play a couple clips of some of the other interviews because I'm kind of curious to hear what he was saying in some of his other interviews. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I am a little curious to see what he was saying in some of the other interviews. But I was actually like just searching a few things right here that were coming up. I should have been probably doing it while we were on the stream, but I was so captivated and so motivated by what he was saying that I was just like, yo, man. I think I see the Drink Champs one. So it looks like he brought Static Selector with him on the Drink Champs. No wonder. And look at this, man. I'm looking at this right now. On Drink Champs, he has over 300K views on his interview with Drink Champs, which is surprising, actually. But on Math Hoffa, or Math Hoffa, I should say, he has almost 1 million. So there's almost 1 million views on that interview. Oh, this is a clip. So the clip that he put up only has, the clip that he put up with Math Hoffa has almost 1 million views, and it's just 8 minutes. We'll probably play that one. We also have MC Hammer addressing Serch. I forgot that MC Hammer and MC Serch had a beef. Yeah, man. This is crazy, dude. This is crazy. But yeah, it feels good to hear such a legend. And like I said, man, I think sometimes we use the word legend too lightly. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, he's a legend or he's a legend. No. This guy is a certified legend. One of the pioneers of rap. One of the pioneers of hip hop and real hip hop. Real hip hop. This is before Eminem. This is like Eminem's, probably one of Eminem's idols. Let's be honest. Eminem probably is like, well, if MC Serch could do it, then I could do it. You know what I'm saying? MC Serch, I'm sure, is one of the rappers who inspired Eminem. Can we all agree on that? Yeah, that's him, man. He genuinely gives a shit, and he is real as F. Yeah. He said Hammer's mom gets the gas face. Oh, yeah. And I heard Hammer's kind of gangster, too. Hammer's kind of gangster. So, yeah, we might have to pull up the... Okay, let's pull up the MC Hammer, because I found a clip where MC Hammer, I think, addresses it. After 20 years later. Yeah, I heard Hammer's no joke. Oh, well, Hammer's from Oakland, so that makes sense. And that's big, too, because, man, MC Hammer, he was running that shit back in the days, man. Let's play the MC Hammer clip while I go get my coffee real quick. so I can go on with you guys. I was just going to jump on here for an hour, but thank you, man. You guys are being vocal and telling me what's up, and I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you guys so much, man. I really appreciate y'all. I thank you. I really mean it too. I'm not just saying that to say. I really want to genuinely say that I thank you guys. So just, much love, man. Because what's it called? Like MC Serch, he also like motivated so many people that were on my call last night. They're like, damn, Serch jumped on here and was speaking for like a couple hours to you. They're like, man, we need to fuck with you. Like let's all work. Like let's build something. Let's do something. You know what I mean? I got people that I'm meeting up with tomorrow that we all started talking on TikTok. Some of us met on TikTok. We're like, yo, man, let's do this. That's what we're doing on TikTok, dude. We're using TikTok for a different way, man. We just ain't on TikTok to just be on TikTok because we trying to get famous. We trying to get TikTok famous. Nah, man, we up on here on TikTok because we networking. You feel what I'm saying? We networking. That's what I'm doing on TikTok, dude. I'm using TikTok for a different way, man. I'm on here to network. I'm on here to network, build the tribe, build the community, build the mastermind. That's what I'm on TikTok for. I'm not on TikTok to like look at dance videos all damn day. You know what I'm saying? Some of them are funny. Some of the trends are cool, but I'm not on here for that stupid shit. I'm on here to build because like that's another thing about Serch, dude. Serch, like, yeah, building bridges, shout out. Yeah, man. Serch kind of taught me where I was like, yo, you know what? Yo, we could be like he was saying about making money on here. He's like, yo, man, I'm flipping this, I'm flipping that, I'm making money up on here, do. Like, use this tool to like do what you gotta do. F the gatekeepers. And I'm like, yo, man, that's right. And then we talking, we building. He's like, yo, take my email down. Let's connect. Let's do this. Yo, that's what we doing up on here, man. Like he also showed me there's a whole nother side to TikTok, or it's not just TikTok, YouTube, whatever, any social media platform you're on, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, especially Twitter, but Twitter is kind of weird now, but you know what I'm saying? Like when Twitter used to be what it used to be. This is what we're doing here, dude. We're networking and we're building our community. You know what I'm saying? We're not just on here to just like post dumb shit all day. And I think that's what he meant when he said about academics, where he's like, yo, man, this dude academics just be talking about some stupid shit. And I get your point, but you said he's all right. Like some points he makes is valid. I'm not going to like completely hate on him. There are some things that he'll say sometimes that are somewhat valid, but for the most part, it's like, yeah, dude ain't talking about nothing. Like he's definitely an agent that's been sent by the powers that be to dumb down the culture. Then you said then Stretchy workout outfits and dancing fooled a lot of people, but yeah, he was crazy connected. Yeah, I agree with you, man. We know that now. Let's play the clip real quick while I grab this. Let me see if you guys tell me on TikTok if you can hear it. I know on YouTube you should be able to hear it, but it's only a minute long. How serious
was that beef? I heard like third base had some problems.
Oh man, come on, man.
Okay.
Come on, Chuck. Hey, no, what I mean by that is, man, it's just ironic.
A little low, but hopefully you guys can hear it.
It's ironic that even today,
can y'all hear that?
Later, the Serch cat, he want his claim to fame to be. I'm telling you, Hammer was gonna have me, put in the dirt somewhere.
You said Ack used to drive Button crazy. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, it's the MC Hammer talking about Serch.
Well, that's ridiculous. I mean, it's ridiculous that you want that to be your claim to fame. But when you only sold about 300,000 records, you got to grab something. You know what I'm saying? So the only conversation that man could ever have with me is to say, man, you was going to do something to me one time.
He said you only sold 300,000 records. Oh, that's a diss. That's a diss. Because we know Hammer sold what? How many records did Hammer sell, man? Hammer sold like what? Like, let's look it up. Let's look it up, man. How many records did MC Hammer sell? Let's look that up. How many records did MC Hammer? Remember everybody used to call himself MC back in the days? MC Serch, MC Hammer. MC Hammer has sold more than 50 million records worldwide during his career. His massive commercial peak was anchored by his 1990 blockbuster album, which became the first ever hip-hop record to receive a diamond certification for moving over 10 million units in the United States alone. What? That's pretty big, man. Yeah, he went diamond in the United States too, not all over the world yet. He sold 50 million all over the world, but he sold 10 million in just the US. And let's also make sure we throw this fact in here. And just for you guys for reference, so you can see right here. Let's also just throw this fact in here that he did it in 1990. So this is well with the capital W before the internet. And well before streaming. Let's just also go ahead and, so that's physical copies, yo. There ain't no lies there. There ain't no lies told there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, damn sheesh is the right word. There ain't no lies there. Like now we're looking at these streaming platforms like Spotify and all these other things, and we're wondering to ourselves like, hey, is there a possibility that these dudes are botting this stuff? Is there a possibility? They could be botting this. You know what I mean? But MC Hammer, Michael Jackson, the Beatles, Rolling Stones, Nirvana. This is all real, man. This is real deal. This is real deal Holyfield. And I think MC Hammer really did that, man. I think he really did that. I don't think there was any faking in the funk on that, man. I don't think the label really went and bought those records, because I know we hear stories about labels going and buying records. Nah, man, I think Hammer really did that, man. I think he really did sell 50 million. Probably sold more now. He's probably still selling records to this day. Yeah, man, 10 million in the United States alone. And like, wasn't he making so much money that like he was like giving all the money to like some of his relatives, and a lot of his relatives were like screwing him over or something like that too? Yeah, record stores, bumper stickers, exactly. They used to go outside places selling demos out the trunks. Yeah, man. Let me see. Yes, MC Hammer still gets his royalties for his music listening. You can't touch this. Yeah, he took that Rick James sample and he flipped that. But that's the beautiful thing. Rick James wasn't mad at that either, though, right? Because Rick James got paid off of him using the "You Can't Touch This" either. So imagine how rich Rick James got just off of MC Hammer rapping over his sample. Yeah, he let too many people dip into the riches. Well, that's the thing with MC Hammer. I think we all learned from MC Hammer. After MC Hammer, and we saw like how his family got set up. Like I think even like his own family like tried to set him up. I think he had some cousins that like got, I mean, I probably can't say the word on here, but you know what I'm saying? I think he had some like cousins that like got set up or set him up, and he had to like pay money to like release them. You know, like they were held like hostages and he had to pay money. I heard a story about that. Like he had to pay some money or some ransom money. Like they were holding some of his relatives hostage, and he had to pay ransom money to get them back. Crazy, man. Crazy. So yeah, man, MC Hammer's crazy, man. But I think they did like a movie on him too, right? It wasn't a movie that was in movie theaters, but I think they made a movie about him like on TV. It was like a TV movie. I remember watching it. They said that he might only have a net worth of 2 to 5 million now. That's crazy. I doubt that. I think he might be richer than that. I think they're lying. Let me see. Because he sold too many records to just have 2 million in the bank. No, MC Hammer is not rich the way he used to be after making roughly $70 million. After roughly making $70 million in the early 1990s, heavy spending and a massive entourage. That was the problem. He had too much of an entourage, right? I remember seeing that. That dude would like walk in the room with like 30 people. So having a massive entourage led him to file for bankruptcy in 1996. Today, his net worth is estimated to be around $2 million. He rebuilt part of his wealth by working as a digital entrepreneur and an investor in Silicon Valley startups. He still makes money by performing his classic hits at live shows and venues. While no longer in extreme debt, he lives a modest, comfortable life far removed from his past multi-million-dollar peak. Yeah, I actually see MC Hammer every now and then posting on Twitter. I doubt he has 2 million. I doubt it. I mean, they said that he's working with Silicon Valley startups and he still does shows, and I'm sure he gets paid for it doing his classic hits. I'm willing to bet that MC Hammer has at least about $10 million in the bank, and he's probably just lying. He's probably just saying like, no, I only have 2 million. I only have 2 million. Leave me alone. Like, you know, anybody would be happy to have 2 million, but 2 million for MC Hammer, that's nothing. That's nothing for MC Hammer. To only have $2 million? Yeah, I'd be lying too after that happened. Exactly. I'd be like, I only have $1 million, man. That's it. I only have $1 million. I don't have that. I don't have what you think I have no more. Yeah, that dude got $10 million in the bank. I'm sure he has to be still, like, let me ask this question. Does he still make money? He still makes money off his royalties. His royalties and his catalog alone has to be worth like a few million. Like, get out of here, man.
Hammer was going to have me, put in the dirt somewhere. That's ridiculous. I mean, it's ridiculous that you want that to be your claim to fame. But when you only sold about 300,000 records, you got to grab something. You know what I'm saying? So the only conversation that man could ever have with me is to say, man, you was going to do something
commercials,
one time.
movies. Exactly.
But other than that, you can't even speak to me because 300,000 records, even now, you still ain't with Wood today. You under gold. So the only thing I can say is Wood.
Okay, I just wanted to hear a little clip. We're not bashing on Serch on this, man. We're not bashing on Serch on this because Serch showed us love.
Ableton. But you just talk to
let's see
Describe
what
what you want.
algorithm shows us. Let's see what Serch said on Vlad. Y'all can hear this? Let me speed it up just a little bit.
So you guys dropped Step Into the AM, but
y'all can
on
hear
that
this?
same album was
I'm
the
gonna let
Gas
this play.
Face.
I'm gonna be right
Correct.
back with y'all. I'm gonna let this play.
And at the end of the Gas Face, you guys diss MC Hammer.
Vlad asked some good questions.
And you guys even had this giant hammer in the
be right
video
back with
with
y'all.
like Cazelle glasses on that you guys like slap over and stuff like that. I was living in the Bay, and Hammer was one of our heroes in the Bay. Because I mean the world knew him for Can't Touch This, but the hip hop kids were fans before that. Churn This Mother Out, and so forth. What was it about MC Hammer that made you guys actually diss him in one of your singles like that so publicly?
Well, for me, there was something private, and then there was something public. So private, early on in my career, I was a valet, and I used to do things for Houdini. I would write a lyric here and there, like I would help them with, carrying their stuff, steaming their clothes. Like, I was basically a roadie for Houdini. I went out with them on a trip to the Bay Area, and people were talking about this guy, MC Hammer, and I heard he was a really good dancer. And I was really, I prided myself on being a really good dancer as well. Like, I could jump through my leg and all of that. So I get out to the Bay Area, and people were telling me about this kid who worked for the Oakland A's, who was a ball boy who was selling records out his trunk. And, basically following the Too Short, kind of career path. We were at this event, this basketball event, and Hammer pulls up. He's got this beautiful Cadillac, and people like giving him a shout out. And I just rolled up on him, and I was like, yo, I heard, I said, yo, my name's Serch. I heard you're a good dancer. Let's battle. That's, New York mentality. Figuring that translated anywhere. And he looks at me, he's like, yo, fuck you. And he drives off. So I'm like, okay, whatever. So in the memory bank, goes in the memory bank, whatever. Fast forward, and Hammer disses Run DMC and says that he wasn't hitting in New York, his videos dissing Running them. And Joey and Jay, may he rest in peace, yo, that shit really bothered them. And it really bothered us. Like, how are you going to diss the dudes that gave you a lane? Like, you wouldn't even be on American Bandstand. Like, at the time, there were very few lanes for hip hop, but they were all opened by Run DMC. It was either Run DMC or LL Cool J. Your music didn't move those type of kids, right? So you ain't hitting in New York. So we took it personally. So Jay is the reason I even really got on. So like Jay was beyond just someone that I idolized because he was from Queens. Jay was like a mentor, a father figure. Like Jay was, so when I was doing Gasface, I told Jay, I was like, yo, we're gonna say, yo, Hammer gets a Gasface. What do we think about Hammer? And Jay said to me, he goes, and when you do the video, we're all gonna be there. So we did, we told Ralph McDaniels to do this Hammer thing and all of that. And when we did that, Jam Master Jay was there, DMC was there, Run was there. Jay was the one, D knocks the glasses off him, Jay knocks him down, and then we had one of our homeboys who looked like the Too Big MC to grab him and run him off, right? Ha ha ha. All good. And then, Pete said the line that really pissed Hammer off about, Cactus turned Hammer's mother out. And that was the one that really took Hammer over the edge. But the whole genesis of it for me was twofold. One, he wouldn't battle me, which is petty, but I was 19 years old. So in my mentality and how we looked at how we dealt with things in hip hop, you battle. That's not his culture. It's not where he comes from. And even if it is, what does he have to prove to me? And I understand this now that I'm a fucking grown man, but 19, I'm full of piss and vinegar, and he's telling me to go fuck myself. Like, oh, fuck you. So when we did the Gasface video, first of all, that record was piping hot in New York. We were that was the hottest record in New York. So everybody came to the video. Kid and Play, Herbie Lovebug, Salt and Pepper, Run DMC, Shake, the Stretch, all these people, Mad.
Eric Sermon was in the video too.
Eric Sermon, Paris, EPMD. Gilbert Gottfried's in the video. You know what I'm saying? It was a little bit of a movement, for the city. So we felt like we owed it to Run and them to hold them down the way they held me down. The Cactus album. Our album was called The Cactus. Hammer's album was called Turn His Mother Out. We had a song called The Cactus. Title song to the album. Last verse, Pete says something, and then the last line is, the Cactus turned Hammer's mother out. And I went, there it is. Now that line, for any MC people realized that we were saying that our album was better than his album. But it was a play on words, and it was fucking dope. It was a fucking dope play on words. The Cactus turned Hammer's mother out. The name of his album was Turn His Mother Out. So our album, we felt our album was better. Again, confrontation, battle. That's where we come from in New York. It's standing up for your shit. He didn't take it that way. He took it extremely literal. We were doing a huge promotion in LA for the release of the Cactus album.
All right, let's get to the
album party, performances. Local Fox 5 was doing a story. They had a show called The Reporters. They were following us around. To where he talks the trash about. We were giving away a Jeep, a product of the environment Jeep on.
That's crazy, man. I forgot about this whole part. I forgot about this interview. Let me go to the part where he talks about. So Hammer tried to get some people to go after him. Hold on. And thank y'all, man, for tuning in with me, man. I appreciate it. We're going, now see, I didn't know this was going to be like an MC Serch research show. I wasn't knowing we were going to do that, but I guess we're kind of doing that right now. But he's a legend, right? He's a legend. So we kind of have to, right? What did you say? New Jersey and New York, we battle first usually. I'm glad you said that, because when I was listening to Serch say that, I'm like, yo, that's how LA is too. I feel like New York and LA energy is very similar. Even though they're two very different cities, the energy is very similar. You know what I mean? Hold on. Let me make sure I see the comments coming in on YouTube. See the Banks. It's Quantum. Oh, yo, what's good, my man? What's good? We were just talking about you. I had a couple people that jumped on that were up in here earlier, that were on here yesterday along with you. The homie Estevez is up in here. So, yo, shout out Quantum. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, man. And I hope you're in tune, man. I'm going to call you tomorrow, man. Hope you ready for that. Yeah, we just going over hope everything's good with you, man. I'm glad you guys are up still, man. I'm surprised. I mean, I guess we're kind of on the late hour anyways. I mean, what? We were talking to Serch last night at 3:00 in the morning, right? That's another thing. That interview with Serch that we did, that shit was completely off the radar, dude. We did that shit at 3 a.m. You know what I'm saying? We had an interview. We had an exclusive exclusive. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, I got you, man. Okay, word. You said you got a bunch of stuff to share. I can't wait to hear it, man. That's dope. Shout out. Appreciate you. Yeah, you said I'm down to hear it, man. Yeah, what's it called, man? We had an exclusive interview at 3:00 in the morning. So, like I said, man, sometimes I try to get up on here a little bit earlier. But it's like, damn. Yo, if we're going to do it at 3 a.m., fuck it, man. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. You know, hip-hop don't sleep, right? Hip-hop don't sleep. Oh, yeah, here we go. Let's hear this part real quick.
Eric B calls Russell and goes, yeah, it's true. There's a hit.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let's hear where Hammer threatened him. So I want to just hear this part real quick. And I'm glad that we can all do this together. Thank you, man. We got a good little crowd on YouTube. Just to let you know, I know there's only a few people here on TikTok. But right now, it looks like we got about 10 people up in here on YouTube. So, hey, if you guys on YouTube can like the video, that would be great because that helps the algorithm. That helps get more people out here. You know, YouTube kind of acts like TikTok as well. So those of you on YouTube, if you can like the video, because we're dropping knowledge, man. And if you don't, it's all good too, because MC Serch kind of helped me see the light in the way and said, fuck what they say. Do what's real to you. Fuck them. Not fuck them, but you know what I mean? Those that don't believe in you, fuck them. And those that rock with you, rock with them. You know what I mean? So, like, shout out to Serch, man. Shout out to Serch again. Thank you. Yeah, he's like a mentor, dude. He really is like a mentor. Yeah, he's like that. I felt like I had like a hip hop lesson, knowledge, a teacher, a mentor, and a therapy session all in one. You know what I'm saying? Like talking to Serch, right? It was like a therapy session, a motivational speaker, a mentor, and almost could be possibly almost a father figure in a way. It's like crazy, man. This dude is I can see why he got a record deal. Yeah, the older brother shit, like whatever, man. It's just like, yeah, this dude is wow. He's a powerful dude, man. I mean, now that I could say that I had a conversation with him, and I'm glad that you guys were there to witness that with me, because I'll tell you, man, when I got up this morning, I thought to myself, I was like, man, that shit felt like a dream. I was like, did that really just happen? Did that really just happen? Well, I'm glad that y'all were there with me. We all experienced this dream together. You feel what I'm saying? So I was like, yo, well, I know it had to be real because there were other people that heard it too. Because, you know, sometimes I'll be honest with you. Like, I've had conversations before with pretty, like I told you, I had a lot of conversations with KRS-One. This conversation with Serch that I had last night, or that we had, I should say, with Serch last night kind of made me feel like some of the conversations that I had with KRS-One. Like, that was like the closest that I have felt to like talking. Because like me and KRS-One, we had some deep conversations, man. That wasn't always filmed. What you see on YouTube was the one I just happened to film. And that went viral, by the way. Really viral. Like I said, we use these words too lightly these days. People say, oh, he's a legend. And the dude is like, you know, a mumble rapper. That's not a legend. And he came out like 5 years ago. He's a mumble rap, or 10 years. He's a mumble rapper that came out in 2015. Look, let me tell you something, y'all. And I don't know if I said this yet, but let me say this. Most rappers who came out after the year 2000 are trash. Yeah, KRS. Let me speak on that real quick, because we did a video on YouTube that went viral. And I mean the real viral. Like, you know, it's funny because now I see people on Twitter that'll be like, yo, that video went viral. And it only did like 50,000. And that's cool. Don't get me wrong. Like, doing 50,000 is still dope. Right? Just like MC Hammer was trying to clown Third Base, saying, oh, they only sold 300,000 copies. I understand, compared to you, MC Hammer, selling 50 million copies. I understand. I get it. I'm so happy that Serch, a real legend. Let's just say this one more time. I know I gotta toot my own horn real quick. Let's just say this one real quick. Serch, who we know is a legend, and you're right, Quantum. Yeah, energy was on point. Serch, who's a legend. We can all admit he is a legend. And he said to me last night, your shit is doper than academics. You know what I mean? Made my day, man. Made my day. He was like, yo, man, you're better than academics. I was like, Serch, let's make it happen. You know what I mean? Like, okay, cool. Let's make it happen then. I'm glad you recognize my skills. Thank you, man. I'm like the real version of what academics is. I'm like the opposite. I'm like the battler of academics. Like if we had a beef in podcasting, well, this ain't even a podcast, man. I was doing this before they call it a podcast. But let me just say, whatever this is that I'm doing, I don't even know what this is. I don't think it's a podcast. I don't think it's really a stream. And I don't think it's rapping. It's like something else. I think what I'm doing is something else. You know what I mean? Yeah, thank you, Estevez. I appreciate you. You say you're doing it naturally and act runs kind of like a script. Yeah, exactly. You can tell he's being paid, right? How many fucking days, dude, are you going to talk about Drake? How many days in a row? How many days in a row, dude, are you going to talk about Drake? Yeah. And shout out to Drake. Hold on. Let me take that back, though. Shout out to Drake. I like Drake. Drake, if you're watching, who knows now, right? Drake could be watching right now. Drake, if you're watching, that's the thing. You might see 5 people on the stream, or 10 people, or 20 people, or 30, or 100, who knows, or 1,000, or 20,000, or 100,000. Who knows how many people are on the stream? But you never know, man. You could have 5 people on the stream, right? 5 people, and who knows if one of those 5 people could be Drake. Who knows, man? Drake could be watching at this point. And Kendrick. I wouldn't be surprised, yo. At this point, I would not be surprised if I run into Kendrick, he's like, yo, man, I seen your YouTube videos. That's the way I look at it. I'm like, yo, if I run into Kendrick Lamar again, by the way, I've already ran into him a few times. If I run into Kendrick, I wonder if Kendrick would come up to me and be like, hey, man, you know what, dog? I seen your YouTube videos, or I seen your TikTok streams. I wouldn't be surprised at this point. Like, I'm kind of known in these streets. Not to brag, but you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm kind of known in these streets. But that's the point that Serch made to me last night that reminded me that there is a possibility that you never know who's listening. You never know who's watching. And there was a time where we had about the same amount of people that we have right now. And MC Serch was one of them. Crazy, man. You know what I mean? Like, real shit, man. It's like, you never know. You never know who's watching, dude. So, yeah, I really appreciate the fact that he told me last night. He was like, yo, man, you're better than academics. And academics, if y'all know, Complex, right? I know some of y'all are going to say, who cares about Complex magazine? I know. That's what you guys are going to say. But let's be honest. If Complex magazine were to feature me, that would make me famous. That's it. I'd be famous. And then there'll probably be people that would be like, hey, where did this dude come from? Like, where did he come from? How did he become so famous? But y'all that are here right now, I appreciate y'all because y'all are the real ones. Y'all be like, yo, man, we already knew about beatGrade. Like, way before that. Way before he got the Complex. Way before the Apple Music. Way before Rolling Stone magazine. Well, you know, F Rolling Stone, but they're going to be mad at me if I say that. So, see, I don't know who's watching. They could be watching. But, so I'll take that back. But I'll say, yeah, I don't like Rolling Stone's takes on hip-hop. I'll say that. I don't like their takes on hip-hop. I don't think they got good takes on hip-hop. But Yeah, man. I don't know if y'all caught that. I'm gonna have it on the rebroadcast tomorrow night. But I'm gonna say where I said like, yo, dude, I need to be on the complex list. Cause I said I saw some journalists or some hip hop, so-called hip hop media personalities, Joe Budden, DJ Academics, Ebro, DJ Vlad. I mean, I give props to Vlad, as you could see. I like Vlad. One dude was trying to troll in the comment section, say, "Oh, you like Vlad?" I'm like, well, he asks good questions. I think he has a lot of, compared to a lot of these interviewers, I feel like Vlad, now that I think about it, I think Vlad should have been number one on that list. Like, on that list, and I'm going to get to your comments in just a second. On your list, I feel like Vlad should have been number one. I actually feel like, I think that I would have been, like, if Vlad was over me, I'd be like, okay. Maybe for now. We'll see. We'll see what happens in the future. But for now, I'd be like, if Vlad was over me, like if Complex put me on the list, and then they said, oh, we're going to put DJ Vlad over you, I'd be like, okay, yeah, he's dope. He's one of the G's. He is one of the pioneers of this YouTube shit, of this YouTube hip hop shit. He was one of the first people that had this idea. I have to give it to Vlad. And I think most people that know what's up in this space will do that. That's why Serch is on Vlad. That's why we're listening to an MC Serch interview on Vlad. So, but man, I gotta say, dude, like, yo, some of the people that they had on that list, and I'm not gonna say those names. I'm not gonna go through the names right now, but y'all know what I'm saying. Some of those names that they had on the list, I just thought were, let me see, like, what's a good way to put it? Trash? Yeah, kind of, sort of. Some of them are trash. Some of them are just trash. Like, dude, like, how did you get your job? How did you get there? Like, you must have just, like, have parents in the business or know somebody. There's no reason why you should be there. But, yeah, the great thing that I said, and I'm sorry to make a long story longer, but I just was like, yo, Serch, he's like, you're better than Academics. That's what he said. He said, you're better than Academics. And then I was just like, thank you, man. That means a lot, especially coming from you, man, because everybody thinks this dude is dope. And I think he's kind of trash, too. And like I said, there's some things he says I'm like, okay, I agree with you on that point. But it's very few. I think he has a good style and a good charisma. He's definitely got that mastered, and that's why he's successful. But as far as, like, what he's talking about, like, as far as the content, and you guys can go to my YouTube channel right now and see that I checked his ass on TMZ. Well, I didn't really check him, but I definitely clowned his ass on TMZ. I'm sure he heard of that, right? Like, how could you have somebody go on TMZ and talk shit about you? I can understand if you're talking shit about somebody on your YouTube channel or your TikTok. And thank you, by the way, for all the people that are up in here giving likes. Total, right now, we have about 30 people on here compared to all my social medias. Because I know you might just see a few people on YouTube or a few people on TikTok or a few people on Facebook. But just so that you know, I'm multi-streaming right now. So with all y'all together, we have about 30 people up in here, which ain't bad. And, you know what I'm saying? If I had 30 people right here, right now, where I'm at right now, the room would be crowded. So that's cool. Not too crowded. We have still a little bit of space, but it'd be kind of crowded. It'd be kind of crowded. So 30 people is cool with me. So let me say this, man. Man, y'all got me like going off on a fucking tangent right here. But let me say, man. Yeah, he's like, man, and let's not forget. Let's also make sure that we point this out. This is a legend. This is a legend who said this. And he said, yo, man, that dude is trash. That shit is stupid. As a matter of fact, he said Academics is stupid. And the people that listen to that shit are stupid. That's what a legend said. I didn't say that. That's what he said, which is dope. He said that shit is stupid. I'm like, yo, you ain't gonna listen to MC Serch? Let me rephrase that. Are we not going to listen to MC Serch? Are we, you know what I mean? Like, he's a legend and he's a real hip hop head. Are we not going to listen to a legend? Yo, a legend said this dude's shit is stupid. The dude who was responsible for finding Nas. Or shall I say signing Nas? Let me take that back. The man who was responsible for signing Nas. Executive producer of It Was Written, Nas. I mean, should we? That's somebody's opinion. I think that's somebody's opinion we should value. That's not just an opinion. That's not an opinion. Do you understand what I'm saying? Fuck, man. I don't know. Some people might hear this, man. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes I see people, I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Why won't you give me $1 million? Yo, I walk up in these labels now and I tell them straight up, or these executives, I tell them straight up, yo, give me a fucking $1 million, man. At least. Look, you looking at me crazy when I'm asking for $1 million? I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? At this point, I don't get it, man. And that's the point I'm saying with Serch, man. This dude is a legend who is responsible for some of the greatest rap albums of all time. Of all time. So if he says that this dude who's portraying himself as part of the hip hop culture, right? And he says, yo, that shit right there is stupid. I think that that's an opinion we should value. That's what I think. I think that that's an opinion. You did Illmatic. You were part of Illmatic. You were part of Q-Tip from Tribe Called Quest, Large Professor, DJ Premier, Pete Rock. Who else? Who else am I forgetting? Who else? There might be a couple other producers. Did they do most of the beats, right? I think those are the producers. That's all you need. And Pete Rock, right? I said Pete Rock. That's all you need. That's all you like. What else do you need? DJ Premier, Pete Rock, Large Professor, Q-Tip. Like, what? And so that's what I'm saying, man. We got to value those opinions, I think. I think if somebody says, like, hey, you know what? That shit is stupid. And then Serch told me, which I'm sure some of you, hopefully, that were on the call with me, you heard him say, yo, man. Yeah, I said, yo, Serch, thank you for saying that I'm better than academics. I'm really number one. I'm number one. Because he was number one on Complex's list. That's the point I'm getting to. Do y'all see what I'm saying? We need to pull it up. No disrespect to academics. Because academics could be watching. And if he's not watching, I know his people are. I know your people are. I know they see me. There's no way you can't say that you ain't seen me dish your ass on TMZ. It's like I said, it could be different if it was like on a YouTube channel. If it was like, oh, that's just on his YouTube or his Twitter account. He ain't got no followers. He ain't fucking with me. Look at his numbers. Right? But didn't we hear that's what Serch said yesterday, right? That's what Serch said yesterday. And then not only that, man. Here, I'm trying to pull up the list. Here we go. I just want to pull it up for those of you on YouTube. You might not be able to see it, but I want to pull up the list right here on my laptop. All right. Yeah, you might be like, oh yeah, look at the numbers. Look, this dude ain't got no numbers and whatever. He ain't fucking with me. He ain't on my level with my numbers. But you know what though? If that shit was on TMZ, then I would be paying attention to it. I'd be like, well, hold on. Not anybody just gets to go on TMZ. That's the point I'm making. And then not only that, but you were on the same platform. You even went on TMZ. So it's not like you're like, oh, okay, well, I don't fuck with TMZ. I do. I fuck with TMZ. Like, don't take my words out of context because I know people be clipping shit and, oh, he said this. Like, nah, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I'm saying these cats could say Well, F TMZ. I love TMZ. TMZ is one of the people that gave me a shot. Shout out to Harvey and Charles. They gave me a shot. But what I'm saying, though, is that academics can't say that. Because he went on TMZ and he spoke about the Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef. That's what I'm saying, y'all. Not only was I featured on TMZ, but I also was featured for one of the best stories in hip hop. Can we get it? Can we get a round of applause for that? Can we get some likes for that? Like, that's gonna go down in hip hop history. TMZ covering the Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef, right? Can we all agree on that? And I was one of the featured guests along with academics. That's gonna be hip hop history, yo. I am a part of hip hop history already. It has to be. That has to be, dude. That has to be. You know what I'm saying? So, like, let's just say this. And right now, people might be like, oh, okay, yeah, whatever. You're tripping, or yeah, okay, yeah, whatever, right? But let's just say this. Let's say when I told Serch about the complex list, right? And I was like, yo, man, I need to be on that list, especially if you think that my takes and my journalism is better than academics, who was voted number 1 on the list. I need to be on that list. You know what he said? He said, yo, that's easy. That's easy, dude. I got those resources. I can make that happen for you. Now, I don't know. He might have just been saying that to say that. I mean, I believe that he could really do it, but would he put me on? Who knows? Who knows? I think that's a yet to be seen. Hopefully you guys can help vote to get me in that position. Especially shout out Estevez. You said you know Serch, so definitely you can help get me in there. Cause I want to do it, yo. I do this for real. Do this for real, man. So that's my point, man. If he's like, yo, man, I can make that happen. Now, let me tell you this too. I don't really care I do care. I shouldn't say I don't care. I do care. So obviously that's why I'm talking about it. Talib Kweli said that to me too, by the way. He said, you do care. That's why you're talking about it. Okay. All right. Thank you again. I forgot. Yeah, Talib Kweli. Shout out Talib Kweli, one of my favorite rappers. Even though he was kind of tripping. But shout out Talib Kweli. He's like, you do care. That's what I'm saying, man. I got rappers coming at me right now that are in the game. You know what I mean? And they're like, yo, what are you know, or yeah, I like what you're doing, or yo, but you're doing. I was like, okay, I'm appreciating the feedback. I'm getting a lot of feedback from my peers. I appreciate this. It means I must be doing something right. So what I'm saying is that, yeah, I don't even know. I can't even find this trash list, but who cares? It was a trash list. I told him, yo, man, I need to be on this list. Especially if you think that my shit is the dopest. He's like, yeah, man, I can make that happen for you. So we gonna see. But I'm sure I can use your guys' help. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is a little clip right here. I don't even know what they was talking about. All right, let me get to the comments, though, real quick. Let me get to what you guys are saying. Yeah, L.A. It's all attainable. Exactly, man. Pitchfork has whack takes on hip-hop. Yeah, you right about that, DS. Sway is dope. Yeah, Sway's the homie. I used to work with Sway and Tech. Or I interned with them, but, you know, still work with them. Ebro hated on me, so... Nah, you don't F with him now. You know, I heard that a lot. I heard that Ebro hated on a lot of people. I used to heavy. LES producer. Yeah. Is that? Oh, yeah, that's on Illmatic. Okay, yeah, you're right. I knew there was another producer on there. That's a classic, man. That's the song that made AZ, right? Thank you, Lord Kingley. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. You said, bro, you still record in Quad to this day. That's dope, man. That Quad Studios, right? What happened at that studio? Wasn't there like something that happened at that studio? Was that where what happened with Tupac had happened? And by the way, speaking of Tupac, did you hear the interview that came out today? I was going to play it, but it was so depressing I didn't want to play it. I'm glad we're talking about this instead. See, I could be like academics and I could talk about the Keefe D situation with him about to go on trial for Tupac. Oh, I watched that a little bit of that today, and I was thinking, like, before I jumped on the stream, I was like, should we talk about that? And then I was like, nah, that's depressing. That's sad. That's so depressing. And not only that, there seems like something's off. It doesn't look right. And we all know that. I think if those of us with common sense, and like I've heard before, with somewhat of an average IQ, can see that something doesn't look right with that whole situation. But on top of that, just seeing him locked up like that, whether he's guilty or not, it seems like he's guilty. Why is he locked up, right? It just looked like, damn, whew, terrible way to go out, man. Terrible. He definitely looks like, in some ways, and I don't know if I could say this on the stream, but I'm going to say it anyways. He definitely looks like he's being sacrificed. I'll just leave it at that. Let's hear this one.
Was a woman named Carmen Asher Swatson. She gets a call.
Serch, let's
just
hear.
As we get on the plane.
Okay, so let's hear
and
what's going on with the MC Hammer thing. Give me a second.
I believe they identified that the call was from Hammer's brother, Louis.
Y'all can hear this, right? You can hear this?
I can't prove that or not prove that, but that's what it came.
MC Serch on Vlad talking about MC Hammer threatening him. You said you could still see the holes in the elevator. Oh, so it is what happened with the Tupac. I thought that. They kept it untouched. Why? Because, I don't know if I could say all that. But, I mean, those of us that know hip-hop history, we know what happened in Quad Studios with Diddy and Pac. What a weird situation, man. Weird scenario. And he wrote that Vibe article too. I remember that Vibe article. I had that copy, man. I don't know if I still have it somewhere. I wish I still have it. I should pull out my Vibe copies that I know are worth so much, man. They're so classic. I got the Biggie and Diddy one though. Maybe I'll pull that up in a second. And I'll show you guys that. That's so classic. I was gonna sell it, but I'm like, nah, I'll probably keep it. I may have to hang it on the wall, but it's so negative too. I don't know if I really want to do that. But what's it called? Yeah. Quad. Why did they keep it untouched? And shout out, homie. I remember you were on the call yesterday with me and MC Serch. You were one of the main ones that went on the journey with us yesterday, and that's what we're talking about today, man. That it's just like, what knowledge, man. Here, let's hear the MC Hammer though beef.
Whoever was on the phone said, "Hey, is Third Base still coming to LA?" And she said, "Yes." And the voice said, "Good, they're dead," and hung up the phone.
Damn.
So Carmen, being the sensible person, doesn't just be like, "Oh, whatever." Calls Russell and says, "Hey, I think we might have a problem with Third Base in Los Angeles. I think I just got a death threat."
Yeah. Sounds like
So Lior had a dude who worked with him from Los Angeles named Big D. And Big D was also the day-to-day security for Run DMC. So Lior calls Big D, and Big
So Lior Cohen had a lot to do with this back in the days, man. Let's not forget.
D says, "Well,
hold on. What'd you say? 1 act, 2 Joe. Yeah, I see the list. What's the link, man? I pulled up Complex. What the hell did they name it? Yeah, I know the numbers, but I'm just like, what did they name it? Complex Media Hip Hop List, right? Hold on. Maybe this is it. Is it the Hip Hop Media Power Ranking? Oh yeah, here it is. Got it. I don't know why I wasn't pulling up earlier, man. Maybe because I was gonna take a hit of a blunt or something. All right. Let's look at this list real quick. Yeah. Let's look at this list real quick. And the only we already covered this, but it's more important now because now we had a legend that basically said, "Yo, I can get you on that list. I can get you on that list. All you gotta do is just have the right connections. That's it. That's it. All you gotta do is just have the right connections. It's a lot easier if you have Nas and Jay-Z behind you, right? If you got Nas and Jay-Z behind you, and Jay-Z's down to help you, and be like, yeah, I like his stuff. I like him better. I think his shit is doper. Or you got the person that got the connection to those people to be like, hey, you know what? I think this guy's better. All right, so here we go. Rob Markin at 35. Do we have to start at the bottom? Yeah, let's start at the bottom real quick. Let's start at the bottom. I mean, it's not the bottom, but let's start. I like Rob. All these dudes, for the most part, I know them on here. Not know them personally, but I know of them. All right. Rob, I like. We're going to run through these ones real quick. All right? Yeah, we're going to run through these ones real quick. You can't see it. Thank you for putting the list up, though, Lloyd. Or Lord, my bad. I was about to say Lloyd Banks. Yeah. Thank you, Lord. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, I'm going to put up. Hold on. Take my shot. Hold on. All right, Lord. Thank you for the list. For those of you that don't know what we're looking at right now, we're looking at the hip hop media list. Go back to Lord King's post, and you will be able to see the list. But right now, I'm showing the pictures on YouTube. So let's start off. All right, Rob, 35. I like Rob. I think Rob is dope. To tell you the truth, in my personal opinion, and you're going to see I'm not hating on this list. In my personal opinion, I feel like Rob should be higher. I think he's actually better than a lot of the people that they put over him. Who else? But I guess it's just good to get recognized, right? It's just good to get recognized. That's what I'm saying. It's just good to get recognized. Yo, Dontel. Or Dante. Who's this dude? Never heard of him. I know he's probably going to be like one of the people like me if I ever get on this list at first. They're going to be like, who's that guy at number 34? beatGrade. Who's beatGrade at number 34? Or beatGrade at number 33? I don't know. Alphonse Pierre? Do y'all know who he is? Yeah, Nardwar is definitely dope. Is Nardwar on the list? Yeah, shallow. I don't even think Nardwar's on the list. Okay, we got Elliott Wilson. I know Elliott Wilson. I mean, I don't know Elliott Wilson, but I know of Elliott Wilson. He's dope. Then they put him kind of low on the list. Okay, Nardwar better be on the list. This is the up-to-date list too, right? This is, yeah, this year. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. Here we go. DJ Head. I don't know about DJ Head. I think Mark is better than DJ Head. DJ Head is kind of like another Academics to me. He's like a West Coast Academics. I don't even know who this dude is. Ashan Johad. Am I out the loop? Do y'all know who this is? Like, tell me in the comment section if y'all know who this is, man. I don't even know who these people are. This dude I know, he took the job of Ebro on Hot 97. Okay. And Ebro got a higher rating than him. Ebro's doing his thing on YouTube, though, man. I can't be mad at Ebro. Like him and what's it? Not Paul Rosenberg. I got the Rosenbergs mixed up. Not the Eminem Rosenberg, but the Hot 97 Rosenberg. Which one is it? Oh, is it Peter or Paul? Paul Rosenberg is Eminem's Rosenberg, right? So it's Peter Rosenberg. Yeah, that's right. It's that Rosenberg. I get them Rosenbergs. You Rosenbergs. Peter. That's right. I get them Rosenbergs mixed up. I met Paul Rosenberg, though, by the way. And I told him, hey, give my CD to Eminem. I don't know if he ever did, but yeah. And I met Proof that night, too. It was pretty crazy, man. Shout out Empower Proof. Proof, too, by the way, man. I can see why that whole thing happened. Like, you know what's funny? That's what's crazy, right? Is that I met Proof, but I never met Eminem. I haven't met Eminem yet. But I think that's dope. If I ever do meet Eminem, I could definitely tell him that I met his boy. You know, and his boy was cool to me. Like, he was real cool. Like, I told him, I was like, yo, man, I got some music. You got to check this out, man. I got beats. All that, man. He's like, yo. He's like, for real? Okay. Dope, man. Yeah, Proof was dope, man. Like, I've met a lot of celebrities, man, and they're not always nice. And that's the one thing. I'm glad you guys made me think of this. See, that's why I love you guys. Thank you. Shout out to you guys. That's why I love you guys, man. Yeah, shout out to Proof, man. Empower. I don't like to say what other people say. I say empower, man. Because I could tell he was a powerful dude. It's just like, yo, man. If I ever meet Eminem, please remind me that that's what I need to tell him. Is the story of me meeting Proof. I think he would appreciate that. You know what I mean? Like, I think he would appreciate it. Because I'll be like, yo, man, I could see why. I see it. I saw it. I see it. Why? Like, he's the type of dude that just is like, yo, man, if your shit's dope, let's make it happen. If it's tight, let's make it happen. I was like, I could see why him and Eminem got along. All right, moving on. That's a deep story. I don't want to get all into it. It makes me sad when I think about it. But, Jim Jones, number 26. Yeah. I don't know what the hell's going on with that one. Noriega at 25? Yeah, I don't know, man. I think Noriega should be a little higher if they're going with Drink Champs. Shan Sharp? That's a political move. That's you did the Cat Williams video that went viral, right? He did Cat Williams, so you have to be like, okay, that interview did break the internet. I guess we can all agree, right? The Cat Williams, Shannon Sharp, Club Shay Shay interview. Yeah, it broke the internet. It broke the internet. Cat Williams was talking so much shit about Diddy in that interview. And Kevin Hart. Oh, man. He was talking so much shit about Kevin Hart and Diddy wearing dresses. Sometimes you just got to say no to the Diddy parties. Damn, Cat Williams. Wow. Wow, dude. Wow. That's like, what can I compare that to, man? Like what he did with that interview or podcast, whatever the hell that was. I think it was more of an interview. But what he did with the way he was drinking his Hennessy too. It wasn't just what he was saying. It was the way he was drinking his Hennessy as well. It was just like, yo, man, that interview was like watching. I could imagine like if you went back in time, like if we had a time machine and we went back in time, that was like watching Miles Davis perform. Or like if you could go back in time and watch like Michael Jackson do Thriller in a way, but like on a comedic, you know what I mean? Like that was like a person who's at a top of their game that like understands psychology. Like they're tapped in, like just fully tapped in. You can tell the difference. You can tell the difference when people do this and they're just doing it for clout and just doing it for money and fame. And then you can tell the people who are just really tapped in and they're just like, they're like in the subconscious. You know what I'm saying? Like they're like tapped in like metaphysically. They're in the metaphysics, if you feel what I'm saying. Like that was Cat Williams in that interview. Like I don't want to compare it to Michael Jackson, but it's almost kind of like at that level. It could be like the Thriller of comedy. Yeah, like the Thriller of comedy and podcasting, the combination of podcasting and comedy. It was like the Thriller of that. You know what I mean? And what's it called? It was so much of that Joe Rogan had to have him on the show. Like he was talking trash about Joe Rogan. That was one thing I found interesting about that. Was that he was talking trash about Joe Rogan, and then Joe Rogan went and put him on his show. You know what I mean? This is stupid. Right here. Red flags. Trap Lil Ross. No disrespect, but dude glorifies black people the demise of black people. That's what his whole YouTube channel is about. His whole YouTube channel, and I will say this. Woo, I got to be careful, right? I got to be careful. They don't want me to be on these shows, right? Because they're going to be like, damn, he's telling the truth. Yo, this dude, he makes some cool documentaries. He ain't even from America. You could tell by his stupid glasses. Well, you know, I know he's trying to be like John Lennon. But it's like, yo, man, you can tell by his Lennon glasses. Dude's from the UK or from Europe, some part of Europe. Probably not even from the UK. He probably moved to the UK because he got rich parents. I bet. I could just see it. This is a dude who has rich parents, who grew up glorifying. I'm talking about Trap LaRosse for those of you that don't know. Who grew up glorifying the demise of black people. I know y'all on YouTube know what I'm saying. Y'all on TikTok are probably like, man, who the hell are you talking about? But I know y'all on YouTube. Y'all know who I'm talking about. This dude is a YouTuber. He's a YouTuber. That's what he gets big for. So they put him on the list. Pfft, get out of here. Lauren LaRosa, another industry plant. Industry plant. Let's run through it. Nardwar, there you go. Yeah, Nardwar belongs on the list. I got to do my little applauses over here. If you guys are like, what the hell are you doing over there? I'm doing my little applauses over here. I got to like do my little thing because I'm also streaming on other platforms. Too bad you guys can't hear it on the phone. You will later on. I'm going to set it up like that so you can hear everything. But right now, I think TikTok prefers me to stream on the mobile device. They don't like it when I go on my computer for some reason. Like they hate that. They're like, no, stream on your mobile device. I guess because they can't track me completely on the computer. He's a opportunistic. Who's that? Which one are you talking about? Oh, are you serious, DS? That Sway's not even on the list? I know. I don't even know why we're going through this trash list. Oh, the reason why we're going through this trash list because Serch said that he can get me on this list. Yeah. Shout out MC Serch. Yeah. MC Serch said he can get me on this list. And I believe him. All right, let's run through it real quick. I know you guys are bored of this list, so let me just run through it real quick. Nadeska, she's cool, but she ain't saying nothing new. Didn't the Roots have a song called that? Nothing new. But Black Dot, nothing new. You ain't saying nothing new. Y'all ain't saying nothing new. Yeah, she ain't saying nothing new. All her questions are just the same generic questions. So, what do you think about when you rap? So, what inspired you to write that song? Just basic questions. You feel what I'm saying? Basic questions. I don't know how this dude's on the list. Let's not even say no names. Am I right or am I wrong? Estevez, am I right or am I wrong? You know, Nadeska on Apple with Ebro. So, what inspired you to write that song? That's like such basic questions, man. That's like a question I'll ask. Like, I think we can go back. Wait till I put the MC Serch interview back up, man. I think I was asking MC Serch better questions off the cuff. Yeah, right? I think I was asking MC Serch better questions off the top of my head. I was like, I'm freestyling, dude. I'm a real freestyler. That's freestyling podcasting right there. What me and Serch just did was like a freestyle. You feel what I'm saying? It was a freestyle. It was like he was saying something. I was like, okay, well, hold on. Wait. Yo, is that movie, I mean, even though he seemed like he got a little offended when I asked that question, but hey, that's part of journalism, right? I said, hey, is it true that Leonardo DiCaprio and Jonah Hill are going to play you in a movie? He didn't like that question. Serch, here, we got to pull your face up. Because, like, look, Jonah Hill. I know he's going to get mad when I say this, but Serch, I got to say it. I could definitely see Jonah Hill in some ways. If they could do a young version of Jonah Hill loses some weight, shaves Shaves off the beard. I could definitely, okay, maybe a younger Jonah Hill. Maybe Jonah Hill, and that's what he said. He's like, he's too old. He's too old to play me. Oh, we got to do a side-by-side, right? We got to do a side-by-side. Let's pull it up. We got to do a side-by-side. Give me a second, y'all. On YouTube. For those of you, you guys can see real quick if you want to on YouTube. I'm going to pull up the side-by-side. We might have to. Let's see if we can pull up the rumor. It was a rumor, but they started posting it. Look at Jonah Hill right here, man. You're going to tell me he can't play MC Serch?
Taking it right there. It leaves me no choice.
He doesn't look that much old. I mean, he doesn't look old. I actually think Jonah Hill can play MC Serch. Look, let's go back. You kidding me? Let's see if we can find the rumor. Hold on, give me a second, y'all. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Yeah, so MC Serch got mad when I asked that question. Not mad, but you can tell he was like, no, it's not true. He's like, that's a rumor. That's a rumor. It's not true at all. He said people tried to put that up because they wanted to go viral. Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can find the original post. The rumor. Yeah, he's right, though. They're saying it right here on Google that it's... Oh, yeah, here it is. Here it is right here. Are you kidding? But you'd have to see, like, the original picture side by side. But this was the rumor that went up. I just posted it right here on YouTube. If you guys wanted to see the picture. But I don't know if you guys saw the post of Leonardo DiCaprio, who's a major actor. Leonardo DiCaprio, because, it's two of them. And then, you know what I mean? And Jonah Hill. And, oh, he's right. Dante Ross did post it. Oh, okay. So he did say that. But you see, at least you can see I be on my shit, though, right? Like, I just remember seeing that post. Like, you can see I'm paying attention. I am paying attention. And I asked Serch about that. I was like, okay, is it true? Product of environment, the third base story. News, Jonah Hill. Yeah, he's right. I get it. Dante Ross, I think he was trolling. He was trolling. But look at this picture. And then, let's close that. We talked about that yesterday. Hold on. I know we had Diddy yesterday. We'll go back to that. Look at that picture. And then let me go back to their Wikipedia. Let me go back to this. All right, because I know some of y'all probably don't even know who third base is. You know what I'm saying? So you see, that's the Jonah Hill version with Leonardo DiCaprio. I just want to make sure they see it right here. And then this is their version, the real version, if you can kind of see that. So it kind of looks like them a little bit, man. They do have the look a little bit. But yeah, I get it. But yeah, my point is, I digress. I just was basically saying, like, yo, you know what? Nadeska, she asks average questions. Gillian Wallow, they're all right. This dude, Bootleg Kev, he's kind of a bitch. He's kind of a bitch. No disrespect, but he's kind of a bitch. I met him before. That's why I can say it. See, if I meet you personally and I find out that you're a punk, I'm going to go ahead and say it. Like, watch who you meet. You never know who you might meet. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Quantum. I just saw your thing come up. You said that's why he was speaking on professionalism and John Morant. I missed that part. You got to remind me about that one. Great actor to portray him. Yeah. Leonardo or Jonah Hill. Yeah, Jonah Hill's a great actor. He seemed like he was a little upset about that, though. He's like, he's too old. He's too old to play me. That's what I'm saying. I think we had a crazy conversation, yo. I don't think anybody else on Drink Champs, I mean, I don't know. I have to go back and watch it. I don't think anybody else said, like, hey, so what's up with that movie? Was that movie real? I haven't heard anybody ask. MC Serch about that. Yeah, man. Facts. Real recognize real. Yeah, that dude Bootleg Kev. I didn't like his vibe, man. And it's like, dude. Like, I seen your interviews too, man. Your interviews ain't that dope. They're not really that dope, man. Your interviews are not really that dope, man. I just want to let you know that. The only reason why you have a popping YouTube channel is because of the guest you bring on. Have no idea who these fucking guys are. I have no idea. The only reason why you have a somewhat popping YouTube channel is because of the guests you bring on. You can't bring that same energy by yourself. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's my goal. My goal is not to always have to rely on interviews. As you see what I'm doing right here. Like, that's not my goal. My goal is not to always have to rely on, oh, I got to make sure this person can make it to the studio today so we can do the interview. And if they don't decide to come, then we can't do the interview. Now, I'm not going to be able to put any content up. Or, man, fuck. And I mean that. Because, yeah, we're going to keep this one, we're going to keep this one. Like, we ain't going to worry about the censorship on this stream. Fuck having to worry about some other man or Negro putting money into my pocket or getting my noise out there or making my name. I am willing to always build this, like was what we're doing right here, man. And I feel like what we did last night was Serch. We're going to build this, and if we're going to work together, let's work together. But like I said, some of these people, and even some of these people I see that are on this list, it's like, yo, dude, let's work together. And if we can't work together, then that's cool. But you know what, though? I'm not going to be a podcaster or interviewer who has to rely on getting a celebrity to come on my show so my numbers can pop. I don't want to have to do that. And that's what that dude, like half of these dudes, like this dude too right here. I seen his interview with Jay-Z. Yo, Frazier, this young kid, this kid looks like he's 15 years old. Which is dope. Yeah, Stovez, you said gaslighting. Yeah, this kid is dope. I don't know if y'all can see the list with me. I'm looking at number 14. I don't even think he's better than Mark. Like, see, that's what I give props to Mark about. And let me go back up to Mark in case you guys don't know. That's what I give props to Mark for. Like, I really respect Mark. And he's the last person on the list, which is crazy. And I feel like he's better than most of these people, man. This dude right here. Or Rob Markman. My bad. Yeah, Rob. What I respect about him is that he just gives his takes, even though I know this dude worked at Complex and he worked at MTV. So that's why he probably gets the respect that he gets. And that's why he's even on this list. If it wasn't for his work at MTV and all that, they probably would just think of him as just like another YouTuber and not even get him on the list. But I think that's the reason why he even got on the list, is because he was like part of that rise before like the internet. You know what I mean? But I feel like, because I watched some of his interviews. I remember seeing this dude's interviews on MTV. But the thing is that he's better than a lot of these dudes on this list. And I like what he's still doing now today, because he doesn't rely on a celebrity to come on his show. He just does his takes like how I'm doing right now, spits his opinion, and speaks his facts. A lot of these other dudes on here, they have to rely on a celebrity. Like this dude right here, DJ Head. Get out of here, man. That dude's like the biggest Kendrick groupie too. I seen him around Kendrick Lamar. That dude's such a groupie. Such a groupie. He's a male groupie for Kendrick Lamar. Like, I respect Kendrick Lamar, but I'm not like that dude. That dude's like, oh, Kendrick. Like, wanting to hug him and shit. I saw Kendrick. I was just like, yo, what's up, Kendrick? What's up, K-Dot? Just like shook his hand, and I was out. Like, this dude was like trying to hug him and shit. Yeah, I saw it. Dude was trying to hug Kendrick. I was like, yo, man. That's kind of crazy. Like dick riding to the fullest, dude. Some of these dudes on this list are like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Male groupies are the worst. Yeah, I'm talking about like straight dick riding. Like this dude's like a straight Kendrick Lamar dick rider, dude. Like so hard. So hard, man. I couldn't believe it. And look, he's on the complex list, and this dude was dick riding hard. I'm not even on the complex list. And I saw Kendrick Lamar, and I just shook his hand. Like, yo, what's up, man? Love your shit. Like, your shit's dope, dude. Like, when I first heard about you, I was locked up. Like, that's where I heard Kendrick Lamar. I heard about Kendrick Lamar when I was doing time. Shut up. And that's what I told Kendrick when I met him. I said, yo, man, when I heard about you, my peoples who I was locked up with, it was like one of them, but he was a cool dude. And he was like, you know, we would talk about raps. Yo, this is how real I am, man. We be talking about raps in jail, like incarcerated. I'm not trying to like talk like that's good. Like I hated that shit. Like going back to that was like some of the worst experiences I ever went through, man. But you know, you got to make the best out of things sometimes, right? And there was a couple of cats up in there that were cool. And of course, we'd be talking about rap. Like, oh, yo, like, what rap you listen to when you out? Like, he's like, yo, when you get out, he said, when you get out of jail, what you gonna do when you get out of jail? I'm gonna have some fun. You know what I mean? He was like, when you get out of jail, these are the rappers that you have to listen to. And he wrote down a list on a piece of paper. These are the rappers. And guess what? Kendrick Lamar's name was on that paper. Kendrick Lamar wasn't even famous yet. I remember that. And to really capitalize on that story, since I'm bringing it up, you know what's really weird about that story too, or interesting, is that later on, I was on the train, like a year later or so, after I finally got out. Finally got released. I was just in there for some bullshit. Nothing serious. Just like doing some bullshit, getting caught up in some stupid shit. You know how it goes. And finally got out. And I was like, yo, I kept that shit. Because like homeboy was dope. Like we had some dope conversations on hip hop all the time. And I was like, yo, I'm gonna look for these rappers when I get out of here. Now, I wish I would have took what he said even way more seriously. Because if I knew that Kendrick Lamar, again, like Kanye West, if I knew that Kendrick was going to be as famous as he became, especially today, I would have really sought after Kendrick Lamar. Like, where is this dude? I got to find this guy. Like, if I could go back in time, like if I could travel through time, right? And then hear what this guy had to say and be like, okay, now I'm out. Like, go find Kendrick Lamar and make beats for him. Find him before he becomes famous and tell him, hey, you know what, K-Dot? I got some beats for you. But you know, like I said, I saw this dude on the train like a year or so later, maybe a few years later. I just ran into him. Destiny, right? Crazy. You know, the universe is an interesting place if you really think about it. The universe is a really interesting place. You said, Kendrick Holler. You said, I knew Kanye was the one as soon as I heard Through the Wire. Yeah, I thought so too. I remember that was the first song by Kanye I heard too. Shit, maybe even before that. Yeah. Well, then and he was also getting BET played too. But yeah, when I ran into homie on the train, long story short, I was just like, yo, man, what's good? Like, well, at first we like shook hands. We're like, yo, man, like imagine being locked up with somebody. Like, you know, you locked up and y'all cellmates, and you know how cellmates are. I don't know. Like, hopefully y'all don't know. But like for some of y'all that have been locked up, you understand that. Like it's like brotherhood now. It's like, yeah, man. Like now we all in this bullshit. We all in this bullshit together, and we got to go through this shit together, and we got to make the best of it. You know, it's like you form like kind of like a brotherhood in that situation, a bond. You know, it's like now you're going back to the slave plantation. Like now we're slaves again. You know, and to go through that experience with someone, and then see them when you're out in the freedom or in the world or in the city. Because I don't know if we're really fully free still. But you know what I'm saying. You're not behind bars. So to see somebody behind bars and then see them out in the street in public is crazy. mind blowing. But it's also a beautiful thing. It's like we're free now. We're free. It's like we were slaves, man, and now we're free. So we went through that little reunion. And then after that, I was like, hey, man, by the way, you were right about Kendrick Lamar. I was like, you were right, man. You were right about Kendrick Lamar, man. That dude became famous, man. That was around the time that Kendrick dropped To Pimp a Butterfly. So you already know. Kendrick was like really on. I mean, he still is. But like at that time too, he just dropped To Pimp a Butterfly. So it was like, it was at that time. So I was like, yeah, man, you were right, dude. He's like, yeah, I told you. He's like, I told you to listen to Kendrick Lamar. You see, I like when people tell me to listen to artists before they become famous. And that's why I was telling you guys earlier, like how I used to do A&R work. Like if I was able to be where I'm at now, knowing him, I probably would try to get that guy a job. Like, man, you need a job in the industry, dude. You're like one of the people that knew about Kendrick before he became famous, dude. Like, you should be working in the record industry. You said, I truly feel if you brush shoulders with big names in the industry or that field throughout your life. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Then you meant to be part of the same vision. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. If you meet a lot of those people, you are. Yeah, man. I agree, man. Because it's like, yeah, man. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, that dude knew. He already knew. But one of my homies knew about Drake, too. Like, one of my homies, I still keep in touch with him. He's dope. He's one of my good friends. I consider him a good friend. And he told me about Drake. So he told me about Drake before Drake became famous. So Drake became famous when, like 2010, 2011. So that was like 10 years, maybe more than 10 years ago, like 15, almost 20 years ago. So that goes to show you, like, this, like, one of my homies, I've known him for like 15 years, maybe more or plus or something like that. So I've known him for a long time. I've known him for at least 10 years. So you could tell, like, we're good friends. But I remember he told me about Drake before Drake became famous. He was the one that put me on to the So Far Gone mixtape. He's like, yo, this dude Drake, this dude's about to be famous. You better listen to this. And I was like, all right, I'll check it. Like I said, I always listen to what people. I've been doing this for a long time. That's why when you guys send me your music, I listen to it because I've been doing this for a long time. People told me about Kendrick Lamar. People told me about Tyler, the Creator. People told me about Odd Future. As a matter of fact, they didn't even tell me about Tyler, the Creator. They were like, Odd Future. Like, yo, check out Odd Future. And then people told me about Kanye West. And then people told me about, well, actually, I kind of knew about Kanye West. Actually, I'll take that back. Nobody really told me about Kanye West. I heard Kanye West on my own. And I knew he was going to be big. Like you said, with Through the Wire. When I heard Through the Wire, I was like, there's no way this dude can't be big. And he signed to Rockefeller. He put the album out on Rockefeller, and he did Through the Wire, and he had Jay-Z in the background talking, which I found out later that Evidence from Dilated Peoples, who you heard me talk about yesterday, who I've worked with, did that beat for Kanye. I got to put that up, dude. It's a short interview. That's why I never put it up. But now after talking to MC Serch, he inspired me to put that interview up. Yeah. Yeah, that mixtape was fire. Beats for the Game to Game loves Kanye. Yeah, man. I agree, man. It's crazy. All right, so I know we going through this stupid list, but let's just run through the 10 real quick. Big Bank. Not sure who that is. I'm sure you guys know. Kai Cenat, really? I didn't know Kai Cenat was a media personality. Look. We know this is complex. I just wanted to see what they say right here. He shared a reaction to Bully on YouTube, but he is not creating hijinks on Twitch, Marathon, or his whatever it is, his little streaming thing appearance. Okay, yeah, that's right. I forgot he had Mariah Carey on his show. Yeah, I guess if you had Mariah Carey, maybe. I heard Mariah Carey didn't even really want to be there. She was like there because the label like made her go there. Like I said, when they had new albums, they felt like they had to go on Kai Cenat so they could sell more records to the youth. Ice Spice, which we already know, and Kim Kardashian. Okay. Wow, Ice Spice and Kim Kardashian. Wow, Kai Cenat had Ice Spice and Kim Kardashian on his stream. Are you serious? Well then he belongs on the hip hop media list, right? Yo, let me clarify this too. Mariah Carey is a legend, but I don't know if I really consider Mariah Carey hip hop. Do you? Do y'all? I don't really consider Mariah Carey hip hop. I thought she was more R&B. R&B pop? Yeah. And Kim Kardashian? Oh, my bad. Hold on for a second, y'all. My bad. I didn't know Kim Kardashian was considered hip hop. Since when was Kim Kardashian considered hip hop, y'all? Yo, thank you, Estevez fam. I just saw your tweet. Yo, no worries, man. I appreciate you, fam. Thank you for sticking around, homie. I appreciate you as always, man. Like I said, man, if you talk to Serch, tell him that I really appreciate the knowledge that he dropped for us, man. But thank you, man. Kind of new to TikTok. That's right, man. I appreciate you, though, fam. Thank you. Thank you for being up in here. Jermaine Dupri. Is she ain't? Well, Jermaine Dupri did the beats. I remember on that one classic. Haha. Thank you, man. Salute. Appreciate you. Give you a little salute out. You know what I mean? Okay, but we're doing the 10 real quick. We finally meet the 10. Black Boy Max. Nah. Ebro. Karuko. I don't understand how Karuko is number 8. I feel like all they do is just tweet what's up. I've never seen an interview from any of those people. I don't even know who runs that. Rory and Maul. Wow. Anthony Fantano. Yeah, he could be there. I don't know about 6, but he could be 10. Charlemagne. I guess. I don't think Charlemagne really talks about hip-hop anymore, though. Fat Joe and Jadakiss. Nah. Let me speak on this real quick. I've been wanting to speak on this. Rappers, especially famous rappers, because Jadakiss and Fat Joe are not just average rappers. They're famous rappers. Famous rappers that want to turn into podcasters is not cool with me. I feel like that's kind of fake, man. That's like, yo, you guys were rappers and now you can't sell any more records. So now you want to be podcasters. Yeah, he is. He's number 2. You said Joe Budden. You said Joe Biden. You mean Joe Budden? Yeah, Joe Budden is on there. He's number 2. You said a model you was dating told me about Drake in 2009. Yeah, that sounds about right, man. I'm sure models knew about Drake. Yeah, Joe Budden's number 2, I think. I already know. Budden's number 2. Academics is number 1 on this list. That is. And looks like Jadakiss and Fat Joe are number 4. But yeah, like I said, man, I don't know if I really agree with rappers that now just decide like they want to be podcasters like Jim Jones and stuff. It's just kind of like, what are you, man? Are you a rapper or are you a podcaster? Because now they rap, not that there's any rules to this, but it's just like, come on. Oh yeah, DJ Vlad is number 3. I agree with that. To be honest with you, I kind of feel like Vlad could be number 1 in a way. But yeah, at least he's the top 3. That's cool for him. They gave him a good picture too. Joe Budden is number 2. So there you go. Hold on, let me grab this thing real quick. And Joe Budden deserves to be at number 2. Or top 10, I should say. He's a voice in hip hop now. and then Ak is at number 1. So the whole reason why we brought this up and went on this whole tirade about the complex list is because a lot of people look at this complex list. Well, not a lot of people, but I'd say people on social media who like to gossip. They look at this list as the authority. You know what I mean? They look at this list at authority or as authority. But the point that I am trying to make clear to you is that MC Serch, who we know is a legend in this rap, hip hop, yes, Mr. MC Serch, who's not just a legend in hip hop, but also a pioneer in hip hop, basically said on the stream yesterday that this dude is trash. They said that he is trash. And he said, yo, man, I like you because you're intelligent. He said, this dude right here, even though he's getting all this media hype and all this attention, he said his shit is trash. And he said, yo, you know what? I like your stuff better. I said, yo, man, thank you. And not only that, but I should be on the complex list. And he's like, yo, I can make that happen. I could. And if this dude is number 1 on the complex list, then that kind of technically means, at least according to his opinion, I'm number 1.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm number 1. I'm number 1, Ak, not you. I'm number 1. I don't care if you got 10,000 idiots watching your streams. I'm number 1. He got 10,000 idiots watching his stream. What's better, man? It's all good. It's all good. It's all good, Quantum. Yeah. I say Biden all the time. It's funny. When I type in Button, I try to type in Joe Budden in my search, and then Joe Biden comes up. Sometimes. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, man. I'm like, whatever, man. Whatever. Some of the takes are cool, but yeah, whatever. All right. So let's just check out. I want to see what he said on Matt Hoffa real quick. We were talking about Jay-Z yesterday. I think I'm going to leave this up because a lot of people need education on Jay-Z.
We got MC Serch in the book.
Thank you. I'll play this so you guys can hear this real quick.
Thank you.
I'll be right back with you.
Thank you.
You know, I always look for interesting ways to start off these episodes. And when you gonna give Nas back his shit, man? You gonna give him back his shit, man?
Is that how we're gonna start this?
That's how we're gonna start.
That's crazy.
So here's the truth.
Right.
The truth.
Oh, so he's talking about Nas? Like you own his music? Well, so that's why Serch said that yesterday. That's why he said that. I was wondering why he said that. I don't know if y'all peeped that. He's like, I sold 2%, or he said he sold his percentage of Nas's publishing, because I guess he owns some of Nas's publishing. So everything that's what I'm trying to say, man. I think the interview, and I probably should have said this earlier, because Estevez said he knows Serch, but he might have hopped off. But now I know why he said that, because I was like, okay, why did you feel the need to say that? Like you sold your. I got to go back and listen to the interview again myself that we did, because it's so classic now that I think about it, especially now. I mean, this interview's old, but it looks like he gave us almost, which is kind of interesting, because I didn't ask him that question. It almost seems like he volunteered that information, which is dope. I'm actually very flattered and honored that he felt the need to disclose that information on my platform. So, yes, thank you. Shout out to MC Serch for that. Thank you. But I think he said something like, I sold the publishing that I owe to Nas. Wow. Now I know why he said that.
Truth is,
Let's run it back.
MC Serch in the book.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
This is so much, man.
Thank
I can't take
You know,
this
I
on this.
always look for interesting ways to start off these episodes. And
Tell me if you can hear
when
this.
you gonna give Nas back his shit, man? You gonna give him back his shit, man?
Is that how we're gonna start this?
That's how we're gonna start.
So here's the truth.
Right.
The truth is, first things first.
Mm-hmm.
I sold my share, which is
Okay, so he said that on our stream, but yeah. What'd you say, Quantum? You said 1,000 authentic. You said 1,000 authentic followers are far more powerful than 1 million random subscribers. I completely agree with you. Didn't you say yesterday on the call? You said 5,000. You said 5,000 people is all you need to become a millionaire. Elvis said, yeah. He said that. You said, wait, hold on. What are y'all saying on TikTok? You said, why do people need education on Jay-Z? I'll tell you why. Well, because there's a lot of Jay-Z haters out there. But not a lot. I noticed that most of the people that hate on Jay-Z, again, are people who follow academics, that age range. Searchlight Publishing. Okay, I'll look that up. That's a dope name. Yeah, he said that he owned a small clip of his first publishing, okay? He owned a small portion of Nas's publishing. Right. Okay, well, he's explaining it right here on Math Hoffa. Hopefully I can play this clip real quick and we can hear it.
2%.
2%.
I mean, I think this is kind of important. I want to hear this because he did kind of address this yesterday on the stream. Yup, exactly. Like you said, 5,000 loyal followers is all that is needed for 1 million. Exactly. Gary V, and it's funny, speaking of Gary V, he brought up Gary V yesterday too. But Gary V also said all you really need is 1,000 followers, 1,000 loyal followers. Gary V said you don't even need 5,000 really. He said just have 1,000. Yeah, and on Drink Champs. Yeah, Drink Champs came up on my feed too. The only reason why I'm playing this one real quick is because it's a clip. Jay paid Serch and Serch paid Nas. I'm out for presidents to represent me. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know the song. That's a classic on Illmatic. Jay paid Serch and Serch paid Nas. So what, Jay-Z paid Serch in order to use the track?
I'm the executive producer of Illmatic and it was written.
Right.
My share is 2%.
2%.
That's it.
Oh, yeah,
I'm entitled to sell my share.
2%.
Right.
I offered it back to Nas,
Right.
but Nas gets it back in 7 years anyway. So he was like, oh, go get your money. 2%. And I don't own Nas's publishing. Never did.
So when Jay-Z said,
He was fucking with him.
I know who I paid, guys.
Searchlight Publishing. So
I hope you guys understand something here. Let me say this on the YouTube camera too. I'm gonna be right back. I was about to jump off real quick for a second because you know we all need to hear this. I now I'm gonna do my research and I'm doing my research with you guys on the call. So thank you. Yo, we're talking about a guy who's connected with Nas and Jay-Z, who was on the call with us yesterday. All right, I would say that Jay-Z and Nas are two. Can we all agree that Jay-Z and Nas are two of the most powerful rappers in the industry, period, even today? More so than your favorite rapper. The only reason why Playboi Carti and Lil Uzi Vert have a career is because Jay-Z allows them to. That's all. I just wanted to say that real quick. People forget that Lil Uzi Vert is signed to Rock Nation. Yeah, people forget. Lil Uzi Vert is on Rock Nation. Yeah, most powerful ever. Like, and Serch is connected to Jay-Z and Nas. What'd you say, Lord Kingley? You said Jay paid Serch and Serch paid Nas. So Jay-Z had to pay MC Serch to use the President's song, right? I'm out for presidents to represent me. Say what? I'm out for presidents to represent me. I'm out for presidents to represent me. I'm out for presidents to represent me. Yo. All right, let's play it. It's pretty powerful when you have a guy who's connected to Jay-Z that says, yo, whoever those other dudes are, this shit is trash, yo. Your shit is better. I'm like, yo, man, Thank you, dog. I'm like the Nas of this. That was the point that I wanted to make before I forget. Yeah, I'm gonna look that up. Searchlight Publishing is MC Serch. I mean, obviously, yeah. It's like how he jumped on the stream yesterday with the name Serch Merch. I was like, wait, Serch Merch? But now I get it. I was like, wait, hold on. I started putting 2 to 2 together, and I was like, oh, Serch Merch. I was like, that sounds like MC Serch, but I didn't even know it was MC Serch at first. Until I think I clowned. I was like, man, you sound like MC Serch. I think I kind of said that. We'll see if it's on the stream. I forgot. But I know that's what I was thinking in my head. I don't know if it picked up on camera. But I was like, yo, you sound like MC Serch. He's like, yeah, this is MC Serch. I was like, what? I was like, you're kidding. You're kidding, dog. This ain't no MC Serch. Get out of here, man. I didn't say all that, but that's what I was thinking in my head. Like what? Like, get out of here. You know how the internet is. I'm like, that's probably just some dude pretending to be MC Serch. Like, get out of here, dude. It's like, nah, this is MC Serch. This is Serch. I did Nas. I did all this. I did Jadakiss. I did Jay-Z. I did Mark Echo. I'm the king of New York. You know, whatever. Like, I was like, what? What? Crazy, man. But yeah, I'm very honored to say that we have a person who said that your stuff is better than all of these people on the complex list, and he rocks with Jay-Z. Let's just keep that in mind. Moving on.
Here's the truth about that story.
Right.
I was the head of promotion, CHR promotion at Def Jam.
Right.
We're about to put out Reasonable Doubt.
Here we go.
And Biggs, Dame, and Jay came to me and they said, hey, we got to clear the sample on Dead Presidents.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out for presidents to represent me on Philmatic.
I'm out for president.
So I said, yeah, it's not a problem. Give me a check for $2,500 and I'll clear it. It's not a problem. They were like, that was it? Yeah, I said, that's it. Went to Zombo. I saw the president, Richard Blackstone. I said, hey.
Yeah, I see your comment. You said he could do so much with that name, search and AI searching or metadata, that could become something big. Well, like you were saying earlier, man, we work on something and we build it. And then I already told Serch, I was like, yo, man, we can come with some ideas for him to help do whatever it is that he's doing on the AI tip too as well. Absolutely.
Hey, this is what we're going to take. I said, but we'll take 50% of the publishing.
I almost bought a new MacBook last week. Then I actually saw the price.
So Nas owns, yeah. So what I love to say is, while Jay likes to say that, Nas owns Jay's publishing. Jay does not own Nas's publishing.
Wait, what? From that record?
From that record.
Correct.
He took 50% of the publishing.
Exactly right. I made that deal. Mm-hmm.
Wait a second. So when Jay dropped Reasonable Doubt again in 2005, right? That was 2005 when he did the thing at
Any
Radio
printing
City?
of any printing that says Dead President, Nas owns 50% of that song. Wow. And I own none of it. I administer. So what I do is, being in the administrator, is I just sign and approve it. And for that I get 5%.
Yeah,
I don't own anything.
One-time fee or?
No, for life.
For life. 5%.
But I just, yeah.
Okay, up until you sold, as in, I'm sure there's a lot of artists, there's a lot of aspiring label owners, there's a lot of people who want to be in the music industry. They want to understand the worth of the business as well as how the business works.
Yeah.
What was that 2% worth?
It was a nice check. But it was also a check that I ate off of for 27 years. So here's if you want to get deep in the weeds on this, because here's what I honestly believe.
Right.
People don't want to really understand
how the business works.
Yeah.
What was that 2% worth?
It was a nice check. But it was also a check that I ate off of for 27 years. So here's if you want to get deep in the weeds on this, because here's what I honestly believe.
Right.
People don't want to really understand the business. They just want to make money in the business.
Right.
They don't really want to understand the business.
Right.
That's a fact.
They just want to make money.
Right.
But if you really want to understand the business, artists receive their rights back after 35 years. It's called the 35-year rule.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So the original recordings revert back to the artist that recorded the artist. Right. So for example, Third Base will receive all of the Cactus album and Derelicts on December 1st of this year. I will own all of my original recordings.
Well, is there a re-release, a
Of
celebration?
course, all of that, all of that, all of that. Because Def Jam hasn't released the record in 2.5 decades, and I have never seen a royalty check ever from Def Jam, ever.
Ever. Wow.
Never. I got a check when I signed, and when I did Derelicts, I got another check, and that was it. So I will make whatever I make on the records that I will now own.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing for Nas. So Nas will have all of his rights revert back to him on Illmatic, and it was written in 7 and 9 years.
Right.
So my share is 2%. That's it.
Right.
It's never been more. It's never been less.
But what was that 2% worth?
It was worth a lot of money.
Fluctuates with the album, what the album does.
So the album does about, but between it was written and Illmatic, it does a couple of 100 million streams a year. So
if you can equate what 100 million streams is worth, and you get the
2% of that.
yeah.
Depending.
But the thing is, it's not so much what is it worth, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the true value of what it gave me, right? So it gave me and my family a great deal of freedom. It gave me and my family a reason that I didn't have to chase anything, right? When I had ebbs and flows in my personal life, I didn't have to worry about a check every month because it came in,
right,
you know?
right,
And most importantly, and this is to me the most important thing, whether I'm giving Nas his shit back or not,
right.
is I made Nas a millionaire the first week his album came out because I made sure all of his legal was done properly. He never had a sample.
Hold on. He said, I made, look. That's how we know that we're talking, we're in the room of royalty. Okay? Did we hear what he just said right there? He said, I made Nas, like this dude turned other people into millionaires. He didn't just become a millionaire himself. This is when you know. And he said that on the stream yesterday. I think I remember him saying that, right? He said that on the stream. Hold on. Give me a second. I just didn't want to do it on YouTube. But cheers to y'all. Hope you guys are having a good night. I usually don't do this anymore, but it's the weekend and it's a special occasion. Hold on. Let me grab that thing real quick. He said, I know TikTok might be like up and down right now, but at least for those of you on YouTube and Facebook, I think we're popping right now. It's all good. Some platforms go, some platforms don't. But for the most part, we popping over here. Yeah, let me check the numbers real quick. Hopefully you guys can double tap the screen, give some likes on YouTube, give some likes on Facebook, give some likes on TikTok. You know, it helps the algorithm, doesn't cost y'all nothing. This is what's gonna help us get out there, dude. Like, this is what's gonna help us get the funding that we need so we can all come up together. You feel what I'm saying? But that was the part that I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you, fam, on TikTok. I appreciate you. Hold on. YouTube. What's good, y'all? Can we get a few likes on YouTube? Helps the algorithm. I see that there was like nearly 100 people that were up in here at one point on YouTube, and it's like, I don't even know how many likes we have on YouTube. Let me go to it. But like, yo, can we get some likes on YouTube? We had like nearly like 100 people up on here. Like, come on, man. People be wanting to watch. They be wanting to watch, but they don't even want to like do anything. I mean, I know some of y'all are commenting. Thank you for the comments coming in. Y'all are the peoples, man, because you guys are giving me good ideas. So I appreciate y'all. With MC Serch, and let me say this. Say this. I love the fact that he's breaking down the percentages on Matt Hoffa. And he did say that, I believe, on the stream yesterday, right? He said, I said this on Matt Hoffa, and I said this on Drink Champs. and I'm gonna say it on your show. I was like, yo, thank you, Serch. For real, thank you, fam. Yo, let me tell you like this, man. If you weren't on the stream yesterday, you missed out, man. It was like legendary, yo. I think. Word. Oh, thanks, fam, for the super chat. I appreciate you, Quantum. Thank you so much, man. You didn't have to do that though, man. I know your people's that support, man, but thank you, fam. I appreciate you, man. You know what I'm saying? We're going to work together on some things. You know what I mean? You know, but I appreciate you. Thank you for that, man. But it's like, but you're right. That's how the universe works. And that's what, and I was thinking about some of the things we talked about yesterday, where it was like you said, you got to give, because when you give, that's when you give a choice. You know what I mean? And I was like, yo, oh, that's real. That's some real shit. You know what I mean? Like, you're right. You got to give. Like, today I gave. I saw a homeless dude, or he looked homeless. I don't know. He might not be homeless, but he looked like it, and he couldn't afford to buy him the food that he needed. He was in the line in the grocery store with me today. He couldn't afford to buy the food that he needed, and the dude just wanted some top ramen. And I was like, man, top ramen is trash anyways. But I remember eating top ramen, you know what I mean? And I said, he could, and I'm not trying to say this to like brag or nothing. I'm just saying because I was just thinking about it, and we were talking about this, you know, we got to give sometimes, right? And I just remember that he couldn't buy the food that he needed. And everybody was just like looking at him like, all right, yeah, we'll get the F out of line, man. Get out of here, dude. Like, you can't buy the food that you need? Get out of here. Get out of line. We're taking the food back to the shelves. F you. Get out of here. Get out of our store, you Negro. And I was just like, yo, bring that food back over here. You know what I'm saying? I was like, bring that food back over here. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it for him. You know what I'm saying? Like this, like for real? Like this is top ramen. This is top ramen. You shouldn't even be eating that shit in the first place. That's the real truth. You know what I'm saying? That's the real truth, yo. The real truth is that you shouldn't even be eating top ramen. That shit is poison. That shit has been put here on the earth to destroy you. That's why it gets promoted in the hood. You always see top ramen in the hood. Yo, I used to like top ramen too. And there's some times where I'm like, I was thinking about it today too, which is funny. I was like looking at the top ramen and I was like, damn, man, should I buy some top ramen? That top ramen does look kind of good. They had the chili picante and shit. I like that crazy shit. I don't like just the regular chicken. They got like a chili picante top ramen. I'll be like, yo, man. Yo, my bad. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. My bad. But, yo, man. I bought this dude some top ramen today. I was like, yo, man, he can't afford to buy top ramen. And I'm not judging. You know? I'm not judging. I was just like, yo, everybody's looking at him like, get the F out the line, man. Like, you holding up the line. I was just like, yo, man, I'm going to buy him some top ramen. Bring that top ramen back over here. So they brought the top ramen back, and I bought it. I bought it for him, and I got to tell you, that felt good. That felt good. That actually felt really good for me to give him that top ramen. I felt like that was like one of the best things I've done all week today, amongst the other things, you know, with seeing my beautiful friends. But yes, other than that, yes, it felt good to be able to do that for him, especially the way people were kind of acting too. Like, they were acting so mean. They were acting mean, like, oh, you can't buy this? Oh, sorry. And like took it back. I'm like, this is a multi-billion-dollar company. It's not gonna cost you anything to give him some fucking soup. Damn. I was like, we in trouble, man. And that's why I said this one dude jumped on the stream the other day, right? He jumped on the stream. Agent. I know he was a fucking agent. I'm not stupid. I know an agent when I hear one. I'm trying to pretend all day. I said, hey, you're an agent, aren't you? I don't know if some of y'all heard that stream. That was a real stream too. I got to go back and pull that up in the archives. I said, hey, man, you an agent, dude. I know you're an agent. The way you talking, the way you acting. He's like, because he was like, oh, you know, we don't even need to rehash it, but basically saying something like black people are better off than we were before. But it's like, I don't know, man. That's not what I see out here. I don't know where that fool was located. I forgot. I should have asked him. I think I did ask him. He was located in one of them strange places like Florida or something. But yeah, he was an agent for sure. Because when I asked him, I said, yo, man, I can tell by the way you talking that you're an agent. You're here to like disrupt and make people stupid. And he's like, wait, what? What makes you think that? Why would you think that? Just the way he was responding. I already knew he was an agent. Dude, I see the Matrix, homie. Don't try to play that shit on me. I already told you, we fighting a real hip-hop war right now. There's a real war. That's what Prodigy told you. That's what Prodigy told you with Mobb Deep. There's a war going on outside. No man is safe. You know, I don't even want to repeat the lyrics, man. You go look that up for yourself. The lyrics are too powerful. They're so powerful, I don't even want to repeat them. Let him say it. Go back and listen to his lyrics and let him tell the story. Damn. It's still going on to this day, man. What they were talking about back then in the 90s is still going on to this day. No way. No way. Sorry, I just got a notification. My phone's telling me that I'm just spitting so much hot fire like Dylan on Making the Band. Hot fire. I'm spitting so much hot fire. The phone was like, man, the phone's overheating. It's like, man, the phone, I'm cooking this phone right now is what it's telling me right now. It said, you are cooking this phone, man. Spitting too much fire right now, dude. Yo, let me see something real quick. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I agree. I was just looking at the thing. Yo, Quantum, what up? I see you on the TikTok. You said for the cheese. Yeah. Cake. Yeah, man. Nah, I appreciate you, man. It's funny you jumped on there. I was actually just about to jump out of here, man. I was about to like cut. But yeah, man. Yeah, I was actually just about to cut up out of here. But let's play this the rest of this whatever you call it, this Serch interview before we get out of here. What did you say? Remember Diddy made him walk? Yeah, I think so. What do you mean by that? Diddy made him walk. Oh, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, for the cheesecake. Crazy. Yeah, I was actually just about to jump off of TikTok, but I was going to go just a little bit longer on the YouTube. You said you was on the YouTube, right? You got to hit me on the YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I was about to jump off on the TikTok because the phone, I was just cooking this phone. This phone was cooking too hard. I was coming with so much knowledge. But hold on. Give me a second, though. Let's see. Let me see what the TikTok is doing. I'm going to play this Serch interview in the meantime. Let me play this. Yeah, man. But no, this is a great interview to hear especially for the record business, like now that I think about it, I mean, I've always heard the stories about MC Serch being part of the Nas legacy, but I never really heard the full details of it. You know what I mean? Like, I never really heard, like, oh, MC Serch from Third Base was actually the executive producer, not the A&R, not one of the producers, not one of the rappers, not one of the featured artists. No. MC Serch was none of those. You know what he is? You know what he was? He was the executive producer. And you know what that means, right? That means that in some ways it's like he had like the final say. Like he was like the one, probably not the one that had the final say. I'm sure like Lyra Cohen or whoever, or you know, or he was on Columbia. Lyra Cohen was like Def Jam and all that, or Island and all that before that. But yeah, whoever his boss was, like I'm sure he had to go to somebody to turn it in, and they had to say, okay, yeah, this is good or not. That's the job of an executive producer like Dr. Dre, MC Serch. That's their job. Their job is to be an executive producer. And as an executive producer, his job is to go to the label, the president of the label, and say, this is dope. Here's the final product. You need to put money behind this. So I think it's pretty dope that he's spitting facts from this point of view, because you don't really hear this talk too much. So now I understand, and that's why I'm going back and watching this, and I'm happy to be doing this with you guys. You know what I'm saying? Before I get up out of here, but I'm happy to be doing this with you guys because that's why we're streaming on the YouTube so people can see it. Because I know on TikTok, you guys can't even see it, man. Let's see. Let's go. Yeah, you don't see this shit too much, man.
Sample clearance issue.
You don't see it.
He never had a rights issue. He never had to sell his publishing. He never had to do anything except make music.
Right.
I took care of all the business. And that first week that album did 165,000 albums, he was a millionaire. Okay. And he never looked back. So while all the fucking trolls want to...
He was a millionaire and he never looked back. The other point that I wanted to speak on that real quick is just like, yo, man. So Serch was making rappers millionaires, or at least Nas, which makes sense. No wonder he could spit Nas's Live at the Barbecue verse for 16 bars. No wonder. Now I get it. Like, in the beginning, I was probably like, yo, dope, man. You know Nas's verse. But now I understand why he knows Nas's verse. Because he believed in Nas first. Or one of those that were the first to believe in Nas. And Nas turned out to be a star. He turned out to be a legend. So I see why he knows the verse. Because he probably heard that verse, as he said on the stream. He heard that verse before everybody else had heard it and knew, oh, this dude's a star.
Say you know the fucking bullshit.
All right, I'm going to play this right here on YouTube. Those of you on TikTok, come over to YouTube so you guys can see the rest of the stream before we get up out of here. But we're playing the clips on YouTube. But thank you so much, man, for those of you that supported on the TikTok. I really appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? All right, y'all. Hold on. Let me get this going.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep it a being with you.
That's awesome.
Is the J line the only reason why people think you're a shiesty businessman? Is that
no, I think
I never thought it didn't sound like a shiesty businessman.
Overarching ilk of how executives treated black artists before me give the misnomer that I'm a shiesty businessman.
Before, during, and after.
But that wasn't me.
You actually, now, here's where I'll stop the cap. On the Cactus album, you were actually warning about the evils of executives in a couple of your records. You did a whole video to, you get a box of Nikes and Puma sweats. Like you box of Newports and Puma. You were talking about how people would get done dirty.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I was raised around a lot of 5%ers. A lot of my friends who were named Julius became Lord Duquan. A lot of my friends who were Thomas became understanding mathematics. So I was...
What is Spectrum Internet?
Wow, well that makes a lot of sense too. I know he's in New York, so that's a little different though, right? New York has a lot of 5%ers out there.
Even more than going to synagogue, I was going to Mecca on 125th Street. And it was very clear to me when I was coming up, before there was a culture or before there was a business, that I was allowed to watch, but I couldn't participate. That this was black music, a black art form, and it wasn't for me. So I had to prove myself.
Right.
So I wrote rhymes every day, and then I started battling.
You battled a lot.
Battled a lot.
Yeah. Yo, he challenged me.
Yeah.
Word?
Oh yeah.
What happened?
When was that? How did that come about?
That was last week. It was last week.
Last week. Yeah.
Oh, it was like 1998 or some shit.
Oh no.
No,
it wasn't when he was in his prime. No, it wasn't that. No.
You felt like you had a shot against you now.
I write rhymes every day. I just put out a record last week.
Yeah.
I just put out a record. I write rhymes. I write 4 or 5 bars every day. Every day. Every day. I write rhymes every day. I owe this culture everything. I tell anyone that ever meets me, if it wasn't because of this, because of this thing that we got, the only time you would meet me is with your lady coming into Nordstrom, and I'd be like, "Does she want a 7 or 8 in brown or black?"
You brought that up. Okay,
I'd be a salesman.
Right.
So everything I have, I owe to hip hop. I owe it everything.
Do you feel like you was more informal with music as far as informing the artists, or do you feel like you was more informal with business?
Yes. I don't think it's one or the other.
Yeah.
I think it's both.
Okay.
I think, because there's, as the great Prophet Mill says, there's levels to this shit.
All right. I guess. Yeah, he said pretty much the same thing on our stream, right? He said pretty much the same thing on our stream. But I'm trying to see. Oh yeah, let me open up my crypto real quick. Hold on. Let me give what's his name, MC Serch, some crypto. Straight up. Nah, man, he was dropping jewels to where he deserves it, man. He deserves it. I'm pulling up the other interview that he did. Let me pull up this other one real quick. That he did with what's his name? Oh yeah, Drink Champs. But I didn't want to watch the whole thing, man. I was just trying to like pull up the clips. Like, where's the hot clips? Where is the hot clips? Is it the whole video?
So, is it time for the flowers?
Yes.
Okay. Our show is about giving legends their flowers where they can smell them, their trees where they can held them, their thoughts where they can think them, and their drinks where they can drink them. We were so happy to see you brothers back together. So happy because I said this to Dr. Dre, and I'm going to say it to you guys. I said to Dr. Dre, life is better when he's making music, and life is better when third base is in the motherfucking game. You know what I'm saying?
He owes me this just for making me go to the house of fucking athletes to sit in the room for 3 hours. My guy, I fucking love this guy, bro. And it really is great to see you guys together, man.
No, it really is, man.
That's really good.
I really want to see you guys on tour. Like,
well, since we're giving out flowers, I got something for y'all.
Okay.
Since, we're giving out shit.
You're not taking back this record, are you?
No, you shouldn't have that. I just figured you want maybe one other one.
Oh, I'm in.
Okay, yes, I want one.
So, there's 2 copies that came out. This is limited edition. I got to crack it open old school way, right?
Okay. That's how you crack it open, like a Nintendo cartridge?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Right. So you might want to, I'm going to let you check it out.
Okay, yes. He knows.
So, yeah.
He's going to take it from me anyway. He's going to give it to me.
You got green wax on here?
He always bullies my vinyl. He think I don't know.
So that's the limited edition green.
Oh,
Because I like chairmans of Def Jam, they put me and Pete in the legacy program. So we got our first royalty checks ever in 35 years in August.
Explain what that is, the legacy program.
So the legacy program basically means
after 30 years it reverts?
No.
Okay.
So it's basically this. If you signed a fucked up deal before 2000, they zero your debt.
Wow.
So that's basically
Which is only right.
It's only right. And we signed to Left Hand Records. I mean, Def Jam Records.
He told me, he's trying to tell me that. I didn't take him seriously. I thought he was bullshitting me. So I didn't do it. So I have to go do it.
What, you signed up for the legacy program?
No, I thought that it wasn't possible. I thought he was fucking around with me. I didn't think he was serious.
So you think the music industry is trying to do good? They're trying to write
Well,
labels, maybe.
For us, but certainly for us, like, I got to be honest with you and shout out, like, Charlene Thomas at Def Jam, like, she literally brought people from Hollywood to Hialeah to fucking get this vinyl here for y'all today. Like, so shout out to Charlene, shout out to Def Jam, they fucking Erica, all of the people. There's people now that are running catalog, like people that we knew, like Tina Bynum, who used to be the head of marketing, who did Wayne Records. Now all she does is catalog. And the same people who have the same energy to help the Drake.
Part of one?
No, she's a Reservoir. She's a Reservoir Media.
Has masters as well?
She did the De La record.
Okay, she got De La back. Okay.
And she's on the board at the Hip Hop Museum as well.
Oh, wow.
That's the part I wanted to bring up real quick. Is that, let's not forget here, MC Serch was signed to Def Jam, which was one of the biggest labels, hip hop, independent labels in the world. We can't take that lightly. Not to mention that the video that he did dissing MC Hammer, who was like at the top of the charts and realistically selling millions upon millions of copies of records, physical copies, not streams, they had a beef with. Not to mention that in the video, well, yeah, the video with Third Base, right? They had Run DMC and others, like a bunch of New York heads in the video. Like, that's crazy, man. Just the fact that you have some of those, like, who's going to say that Run DMC is not legendary? And then the fact that you get to go on and you get to say, and thank you for the likes coming in, I appreciate you, fam. And it's like, you get to go on and say, hey, yeah, you know, Run DMC, who we can all agree are one of the pioneers of hip hop.
Classic.
Yeah, man. Just to say, like, I got Run DMC in my video. Not to mention MF Doom before he became MF Doom. I don't know, man. I don't know. This is crazy. This is weird. This is like, it gets to, it's like Jay-Z said on Watch the Throne. Ball so hard, this shit weird.
Wow. So Faith got it going.
So I will say that, you know,
Faith
that
was also in a female group called 4-Pack.
That's right.
No, I didn't know Faith was rhyming.
Oh, yeah, EPMD. Thank you. The one and only. EPMD, and then who else? If somebody can please look that up for me. But, like, yeah, who else other than EPMD? There was a couple other people in the video, too.
Yeah.
Shout out to Faith. That one, yes.
Yeah, so I definitely feel like at least Monty, who's now the chairman of Def Jam, and you can see what they're doing for the artists from our generation and how they're trying to, like, step up and do the right thing.
AI can actually be
Hey,
less
there you go right there, Quantum. This dude's trying
than
to
a
challenge
human
you.
recruiter.
Yeah, exactly. I think what most people
AI.
Because I remember hearing people saying those contracts back in the days always had that.
Hey, that's something else we could do, though, right? Maybe later on. We don't want to do AI classes yet. Not yet.
That word perpetuity. And no one knew
throughout the universe.
Yeah, no one knew perpetuity meant since 2005.
Well, even deeper, I'll go one step.
I'm also watching this because homeboy who was on the stream last night, he was actually on the call with us, but I thank you too, man. Yo, I never know your name because I talk to so many people, you know what I mean? But, which is cool, but you don't have like your name in the profile, so it's hard to know your name. But I know you were on the call with us and you seem cool, and I've heard you before speak, and you make sense. So that's why I left you on the call, because I could have disconnected
Deeper,
you like I did the other dude. The other dude was stupid. Or he wasn't stupid, but he was just like talking in the background. And yeah, man. It's crazy how you were the one that told me, or that said on the call, that you saw the Drink Champs interview and you saw the Math Hoffa interview. And I think you said, if I'm not mistaken, if you're on the call or later on if you hear this, because we are doing rebroadcast, thanks to yours truly, MC Serch. We're doing a rebroadcast. But yeah, man. Oh, what's good, fam? Appreciate you. Okay, so you found the YouTube channel. Thank you. Chinito Mafioso. Yo, nice name. Chinito Mafioso. Right? I think I said it right. Yeah, man, shout you out. Thank you. I appreciate you. And shout out the one and only. Yeah. That's right. EPMD, Kid and Play. Yeah, man. EPMD. Kid and Play, man, for sure. And y'all might not know this, but did you know that Kid and Play, yeah, he follows me. We follow each other. I follow him too, of course. Kid, the light-skinned one, Kid. Yeah, he follows me on Twitter. I actually met him at a party once, or we were at a concert or a show or whatever the heck. There was like some rap show. I forgot who was performing. Actually, I think it was Pete Rock. I'm not sure. I forgot. It was a long time ago, man. But I just remember I was kicking it with Kid. Like, I saw Kid. And, you know, I ain't going to talk about all that. I already talked about it before. But, yeah, I seen Kid from Kid and Play. And we were just like, we just started partying that night, yo. Like, we were having a great time. So it's like, ever since then, like, Kid has always been cool with me. But I told Kid, I was like, yo, Kid and Play. He was like, he was cool with it. I'll just go ahead and say it. Fuck it. Yo, I smoked some weed with Kid and Play, with Kid from Kid and Play. And I always thought that, like, yo, these guys were, like, so wholesome. They were so wholesome. I know. We should pull it up because some people are like, who is Kid and Play? You never know. You might have some people on the stream. Let's leave the Diddy up, though. We might have to come back to the Diddy. That's the album that Serch dropped. He might like the fact that yeah, Serch, I'm advertising your album on the stream. Millions of Zeros. Millions of Zeros. Go check it out on Spotify. Wait, let me make sure you can see it right here. Millions of Zeros. Yeah, check that out on Spotify if you can. I'm going to check the album out. I haven't really had a chance. It's only an EP, too. It's not even really an album. It's an EP. But I like it. Millions of Zeros. So what's Millions of Zeros? Technically, I should have asked him this. And now, see, some things start coming to me a little later. But I think I asked him some great questions. But it's like Millions of Zeros. It's like some of it is... It's like basically saying that it's more than $1 million, right? But that's the point that I wanted to go back to with MC Serch, is that he clearly made Nas a millionaire, as he said. And if he made Nas a millionaire, then you already know. Oh, yeah, that was the Joe Budden one we'll come back to. We'll come back to that. That was actually kind of interesting because they were talking about who could sell out shows. But, like, yo, if he made Nas a millionaire, which we know Nas, I mean, today Nas is like almost a billionaire, right? Hey, man, Jay-Z. Well, Jay-Z's already a billionaire. But I think Nas is like a billionaire, too. Low-key. He just pretends like he's not. Because he knows if you went out there and said, Nas is a billionaire. Hey, guess what, y'all? Nas is a billionaire. Nas.
Taking it right there. They leave me no choice.
Right? They're going to be like, hey, if they say like, oh, Nas is a billionaire, he would probably like lose. Yeah, I said Run DMC. But yes, thank you for the other heads, though. EPMD and Kid and Play. You're right about that. I did say Run DMC, though. But yeah. Because I think he had, yeah. Jay is Run DMC. He's the DJ from Run. He's the DJ. So, yeah. But, yeah, man. He made Nas a millionaire. So, if he made Nas a millionaire, he obviously is already a millionaire. But not just that. He also said that he was able to eat for like over 20 plus years because of him owning the percentage of just 2% of a multi-million-dollar album. Like, isn't that crazy? Like this guy, these men, they put out this album and it's like such a great rap album that it's made millions and millions of dollars. And that's crazy.
Signed what's called an at-will agreement, which means that we didn't sign a recording contract. We signed as at-will employees to record a record on behalf of Def Jam.
Like being an independent contractor?
Correct.
So what is it, like a work for hire?
That means they own our records for life.
Wow.
But we have to sue them.
At the Hip Hop Museum, we got contracts that would make your stomach. Joski Love's contract.
Oh, people can see the actual contract?
You can see the actual contract. Mike and Dave records with Sweetie G and Positive K's first record on the Mike and Dave label, like just crazy. And then even going up to like the early Houdini, the first, those are like the real first contracts with running them. But by the time we had our deal with Def Jam, we were like kind of in that transition period. Like people really didn't get paid until
we didn't get shit. I mean, but I tell people this all the time. There's the Left Hand record side of it, and then there's the Def Jam record side of it, right? The Left Hand record side of it is we didn't have 10 offers. We met with Tom Silverman. Tom Silverman was the head of Tommy Boy.
Tommy Boy, right.
He literally looked at me and Pete and said, I can't give you more money than Stetsasonic. What am I going to tell Daddy O?
Stetsasonic.
Like, I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? No. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't like we had a lot of offers. It wasn't until after the Battle for World Supremacy that Russell was like, oh, we want to sign you. But it
Def Jam was a fallback. Def Jam was a fallback.
Let me speak for y'all.
Yeah, please.
You probably didn't know you had this many offers because at that time we didn't have a Twitter. But you guys were probably hotter on the street.
We were hot on the street. Because we were hot
Just trying to tell y'all, man. All right, let's get it going.
On the street, because Pete had his radio show. I was in the quarters. I was battling people. Pete was outside with Clark. Like, we were in the mix.
But I guess my question is, you said that there was no offers, but you didn't probably do an extensive search.
No, it was bro.
But it was still small industry. Yeah, it was a small industry.
Profile Select Records,
and they were gonna find you.
And they didn't. Like, I met with Steve Plotnicki. They didn't want to sign us.
We were also at the time when the Beastie Boys were blowing up, so that was also something where all these other big labels were looking like for that white group, white MCs that were like kind of had that rock edge, and we were not that at all.
That's a great example because when we came out, they had no other choice but to pair us the Mobb Deep. There was no other black kids from Queens in that area at the time. So was that something
that held us back?
I was about to say,
we didn't get deals just because of that.
Because they wanted y'all to be the Beastie Boys.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
And the thing is, like, there's been this talk like, oh, Russell got us to fill in for the Beastie Boys. We were already signed to. We were soloists on Rush, and we just signed on Def Jam after they left. So like, I went to Lior's wedding.
In the Dominican Republic.
Serch could not go to the wedding because he had to work.
No. I couldn't go to the wedding because he didn't invite me to the wedding. Like, he left me at the airport. He didn't invite me to the wedding.
I remember.
That's a fact.
Serch was delivering Chicken Delight. Chicken Granada, which was called a think tank because it did not have a radio in the car.
You had a record deal and you were still delivering chicken.
So I was I had 3 jobs.
Look, young artist.
No, I had 3 jobs.
Do not quit your day job.
No, I had 3 jobs. So,
3 jobs. Who's your 3 jobs?
So the first job was I would drive yeshiva boys from Queens near you to yeshivas in Far Rockaway. So very religious Jewish schools.
Okay.
I would go from there. So that started at 4:30 in the morning.
Okay.
Then I'd go from there. I'd go to the Harmon Y in Far Rockaway, and I drove a food truck, to homeless shelters. So I delivered food to homeless shelters all through the 5 boroughs in a 26-footer refrigerator. Then I'd come back at 4:30. I'd get about a half an hour sleep. Then I'd pick up the yeshiva boys, and I'd take them back to Queens to be about 7:38, and then we go to studio. That was my rotation for a year. Even when...
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana.
Here's the crazy shit, though. This was the crazy shit. So, Step Into the AM is a video. It's out.
Right.
I'm driving a truck in Brooklyn. And this dude, and I'm milk, cookies, butter crunch. This kid asks me, he goes, ain't that you? And I'm like, nah. But... There was no money. We got, I think our advance was $15,000 or something like that. Like,
So that's
you know what I'm saying? Like, and half of that went to my mom.
But Leo
You know what I
still
mean?
didn't invite you to the wedding.
He didn't invite me. He might see it differently. I didn't get invited to the wedding.
No invite.
I went.
But he went.
You got the
Man, he went. He had to have invited you.
He did not invite me.
Everybody went. It was like if that plane went down, all the hip hop would have been gone.
Yeah.
It was like
That's
Public
how-
Enemy, LL, Run
It was
DMC,
everybody.
EPMD,
Slick Rick,
Beastie
everybody.
Boys,
So you felt like they were
Original
blackballing you from the
Yo, I was not invited to the wedding. I was not invited. I always thought, like, back in the day, like, and it is what it is. I mean, again, it's perception, right? So I'm a 21-year-old kid.
Right.
And I'm already telling you, like, I'm really not really seeing things right. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how I saw things. I didn't see things right. I always said, like, oh, Lior loves Pete, Russell loves me. Like, that's how I always felt. Like, oh, because it's, you know what I mean? Like, that's just...
That was your perception of
my perception.
Right.
I felt totally opposite.
So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So, we were...
Russell loves you.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, again, he could have invited me. All I remember is I went to the airport, right? I was delivering chicken. I got finished delivering. I packed my bags.
I knew there was something
And I got them in Tumble.
You ain't get them in Tumble twice.
Leo, I got them in Tumble. And the thing that was crazy is those days, there was no TSA. You walked to the gate.
Right.
So I'm like, Michael Barron. They're like, who? I'm like, Michael Barron, my ticket. And I got them in Tumbo. And I'm crying in the airport. I'm watching everybody get on the plane. LL's with his wife, Simone. Fucking this one. Mandy's with Rick.
He love you too. He was like,
I'll see you with my tan.
I was just chilling with Eric and Parrish. That's like when Eric Parrish first started on Rush.
Yo, wasn't there something about LL swimming with his hat?
Yeah, like LL.
Oh, this is such a great.
I'm sure these are all dope stories, right? And make sure you guys can tell me if you can hear me all right. You know what I mean? You said, what was it? Indeed. You standing, yeah, the buildings. Yeah, salt and pepper. That was the other one I forgot. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, with Serch, it's like, yo, these are some dope stories too that he's telling. And I think the Math Hoffa, from the one I've heard so far, sounded more like what he was saying for us. I don't know if that was the only clip that was put up on YouTube. Maybe we'll have to look for some other ones. But yeah, man. Damn. Yeah, these dudes are definitely legendary in some ways. Not in some ways, but in a lot of ways. I was looking up some of the interviews. I was looking for...
Like, I don't live in commercial land. I don't live where you live. I got to go back to Redfern and OV and see my people.
Right.
So there was no credibility in doing that. It's not like today where, you know, the people that you're now talking in the rooms with grew up on 50 years of hip hop.
But let me be honest.
Like now, if you're not commercial, you're not irrelevant in hip hop.
Let me be honest with you. For me, right? After you guys' era, there was a time where like Nas was the most loved kid in the world, right? Loved person in the world, right? Loved man in the world, whatever we want to say. And then he came with that album, I believe it was written, right? After
it was written,
the Golden album, Illmatic, where a lot of people say he might have made money, might have changed his life, might have got him out the hood, but it wasn't that level of success.
It wasn't a commercial success.
It wasn't a commercial success. So people will argue like, damn, that took away from Nas, but some people will argue like that made actually
the perfect foundation.
When his hip hop, when did that ever? Because even Wu-Tang, like Wu-Tang's first album, I listened to that shit, and if you go look at the algorithm of that album, at least 7 or 8 records were on the radio. They weren't promoted. But they were on the radio, and that was the algorithm at the time. So when in hip-hop, when did it come from? You being underground, but if your record happens to go commercial, it was still accepted.
So I'll share 2 stories.
That was a great question, by the way. I ain't gonna lie. I felt good about that. Let's give it up. Let's give it up. It's a good question. And this is a good question. I think y'all 2 pioneers. That's honestly something I want to know because I don't know that era.
Right.
Yeah.
So I can.
Notice how Noriega said, Noriega. Do y'all know who Noriega is? Notice how Noriega said, y'all are 2 pioneers. You see what I'm saying? Don't you remember I said that earlier? I said, these dudes are pioneers. Like, they paved the way for a lot of rappers. Even though, like, Serch is a white dude. And I said this, too, about Serch. I said this, and he can't disagree with me. I said, MC Serch is definitely one of the top 5 white rappers of all time. Like, and I'm sure he has this conversation. I'm sure he has this conversation every day. Every day. Let's not forget the White Rapper Show, which we'll talk about later. I've yet to hear any of them ask this question. I don't know. Like I said, Chino Mafioso did he talk about the White Rapper Show on Math Hoffa? This is the Drink Champs interview. But yeah. Let me see if they got the other clip. Okay, yeah, we might have to hear this.
Do this every day for 10 minutes, and by September, you won't feel the need to cover up at the beach. We start Monday, August 3rd. You in? We're starting a beginner calisthenics challenge next Monday, 10 minutes a day.
These ads, commercial breaks. Let's hear what Vlad did with this, though.
So you guys dropped your second album, Derelicts of Dialect.
Mm-hmm.
Pop Goes the Weasel was on that record. Were you guys diss Vanilla Ice? Did you guys ever run into Vanilla Ice after that record came out?
No.
Okay. And that was essentially your biggest record, Pop Goes the Weasel?
Yeah. Number 2 pop record. Yeah.
Yep. You know, you guys sampled Sledgehammer, which was a huge hit.
Yep.
Then the group breaks up.
Correct.
You go your separate ways.
Correct.
Pete Nice and Daddy Rich formed their own group.
Correct.
Yeah, all these interviews are different, dude. Like, I don't know what y'all talking about, man. Like this interview right here of Vlad, this seems like an interrogation.
Taking it right there. It leave me no choice.
This interview right here seems like, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know. the effects is like crazy, but I feel like I had to sound the alarm right there. Like this looks like an interrogation right here. This looks like he's sitting in some kind of room where they want to like analyze what he's doing.
So you come out with your solo album, and you know I remember buying that album.
Yeah.
And there was a song "Back to the Grill Again," which featured this young kid named Nas. Now I guess Nas was already on Live at the Barbecue at this point.
Correct. Yeah, he was already dope.
But this was still like a very underground, you know, this guy did not have his own album yet. He was a very New York underground kind of artist. He shows up on your album. And was that the line pointing automatic guns at nuns? That was on yours?
Yes.
This is Nas, because you know how it runs. I'm pointing automatic guns at nuns, sicking up the preacher.
In a church, I'm a stone crook, serial killer that works by the phone book.
Right.
For you, I got a lot of shooting songs to hear. My rhymes are hotter than a prostitute with gonorrhea.
Damn.
Right. Stand out on that song completely.
Without.
He knows all the verses by heart. That's why you know he's not just like some average executive producer. He knows all of Nas's verses by heart.
A question, bodied all of us. Like there was bodied all of us. Bodied all of us. But what people don't, again, first of all, Main Source Breaking Atoms, top 5 greatest rap album of all time. Period. Every song. Snake Eyes. Listen, Vlad, I see you shaking your head. I don't care if you agree or not.
No, I'm not shaking.
This is me. I'm just talking. This is me. This is my personal opinion. Me. You can agree or disagree. Looking out the front door when P says we fight every night, well, that's not kosher. I reminisce with Bliss of when we was closer. I'm done. He used kosher in a rhyme. I'm Jewish, and I'm like, why the fuck didn't I think of that? But when Live at the Barbecue comes on, and there's this young man that no one's ever heard of that says, streets disciple, my rap's a trifle. I shoot slugs from my brain just like a rifle. Stampede.
Okay, so he's been saying the verses for years. He has been saying the verses for years. He's been telling people, yo, these verses are some of the best verses of all time. And he's rapping the verses that Nas rapped before he became famous. Oh my God, man. This is crazy. This is crazy if you really look deep into this. Like, damn, man. I see why he raps these verses. Because he's rapping these verses because he's basically telling you this is why Nas is who he is. Nas is who he is because this is what he was rapping about before he became famous. And this is what he said yesterday too, right? This is what he said yesterday too. He said this on our call. He said, yo, we knew when we heard that verse live at the barbecue that he needed to get on. Like they were like, sign this dude. But you see, that's the other point. That's how you got on back in those days. That's how you got a record deal back in those days. You didn't get a record deal by going viral on Instagram or having a bunch of streams on SoundCloud. That's why you got a bunch of these SoundCloud rappers, and some of them ain't got famous, but like when it comes to performing, they just like don't even know how to perform. They forget their lyrics. You know, like Lil Wayne. And back then, you actually had to know how to rap and rock a crowd. You know what I mean? I was actually going to play a little clip, but I didn't want to get flagged. And a lot of people said that Nas at that time was like 18 or 19 or younger, but we know he was like 19 when he did Illmatic. 18, 19 when he did Illmatic. So some people said when he did Live at the Barbecue, he was like 15. But Nas is like proof what I said. Like, But back then it was different. Like you're right. That's one thing I gotta say about Tupac and Biggie, is that they already look like grown men at like 20. So Nas already looked like a grown man at 15. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna play a little clip because I don't want to. It's gonna get flat. That's an early Nas, man. That's a legend right there, man. That was a legend. Like somebody said in the comments, they said, and thus a legend was born. Yeah, that's when the legend was born right there, man. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Back in the days, you couldn't just have a cool demo tape. You had to be able to go out there into the crowd and know how to rock a crowd. And if you couldn't remember your lyrics or sound like how you sounded on the tape, you would be considered trash. You'd be considered trash. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but I just want you guys to know like how dope this is. Like how much of hip hop history. But it says that it was in 91. Can you see that right there? Let me make sure. Yeah. Crazy, man. This is the way you got signed back in the days. Like you had to have a dope demo tape, and then you had to have the whole rock the whole crowd. Now keep in mind, y'all see this right here, Nas rock. They say Nas is like, well, Serch said that Nas was like 15, 16 years old when he did this verse. Now, I don't know how old he is right here in this footage, but this is definitely before Illmatic. So he hasn't even dropped Illmatic yet. He's got a cool demo tape. He did the verse. You know what I mean? And then he's rocking shows. The fact that this was even filmed is a big deal because people didn't have cell phones back then. So that means that somebody actually had to bring a video camera recorder to this show and film it. Like they knew, like, and I've been there before. Like I got some homies that were filming stuff back in those days. It's like they brought the camera with them and we would just like film it and show it to our friends. And everybody would like watch. Everybody would come over to the house and he'd be like, yo, I'm gonna play my videos that I filmed. My VHS one, my VHS. Is that why it's VH1? That's why it's called VH1. But it's like VHS. My VHS tapes. Look at the look at the VHS tapes of Nas that I filmed. Man. So it's like if you brought your camera out, you knew you were about to film some dope shit. You're like, oh, I gotta bring the camera for this one. You don't bring the camera just everywhere. You'd only bring the camera out if you knew you're gonna film something dope. So that's what I'm saying. The fact that this is even recorded and filmed, it makes perfect sense. And Nas, thus, was a star that was born here. But I remember, like I said, hearing about this, but it was just so interesting to hear him tell the story that we were like, okay, that's where I do my journalism. I was like, so what made you want to sign Nas? And then he said, which I think is a good question. Shout out the one and only. I appreciate you. Indeed. What is it? Hold on, let me read you over here. It's easier to see over here. You said indeed. I'm stating that both. Oh yeah, with that. Okay, yeah, and then yeah, the tapes. Yep. Yeah, man. It was a beautiful story to hear him say how they discovered Nas, and that's the thing. You got to remember, this is before Illmatic, so Nas is rocking the whole crowd and has all these people on the stage vibing with him. Like they're all like, yeah, you're the one, man. You're the one. You're him. It's like they're like, it's like he's Neo in the Matrix. You know what I mean? And they're like, yo, you're him. You're him. You need to be on. He is the one. We all want him. Like everybody's like saying like we all want him. We all want him. We all want him to be the one. And that's how you got the record deal. And that's how you got a record deal. It wasn't this over and infiltrated and inflated bullshit streams and fakeness that we see on the internet nowadays. And you never know, man. People could be faking it. Like I said, we said this on the call the other day, that don't be confused, like Serch said too. Don't be confused by the shiny objects. And that a lot of these people just be fronting and pretending like they got this and they got that, and then later on we find out they didn't even have that. They don't even have that shit. All the stuff that some people are out here jealous of, it's almost like crazy that it's like there's no reason to be jealous. There's no need to be jealous. Because they don't even have what they're claiming to have. But the point is with Nas, he came up the way that rappers used to come up, where you used to actually have to prove yourself with a dope recording and a dope verse. And then he went out there and he took it to the streets and he started rapping in the clubs. And the A&Rs were in the building, or they heard it. And I think that is the reason why MC Serch. I think that's why MC Serch, why he raps this verse so much, because he knows that this verse is what made Nas become signed. This was his demo. He said, what? And you gotta understand, this is 91. So this is like right after Rakim. This is why everybody respects Rakim. Because that's what Nas basically did. Nas basically took Rakim's style, because Rakim was the first one, just like that whole lyric right there. I'm hanging niggas like the Ku-Klux. I probably can't say it, but you know what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. His verse is so deep right here. It's like, damn, I don't even know if you can repeat what he said on the stream. You repeat what he said on the stream on this verse, you can get flagged today. But yeah, man, Nas on this verse is legendary. And that's why Serch knows his verse so well. All right. So we heard that, right? Damn. That's what I'm saying. Like this. Hold on, we're gonna come back to that. But and the Joe Budden. Damn. I guess we'll have to play the Joe Budden another day. I wanted to play Joe Budden, but I was like, nah. I just wanted to show that clip real quick. You had to do that. That's what got the attention of A&Rs. Keep in mind, 1991, before some of y'all, or a lot of y'all, shall I say, were born. A lot of y'all weren't even born yet when this was happening. Y'all were not even born yet. Okay? So this is like 90s, man. 90s. 90s was a hell of a time, man.
Woo. The stage. I leave the microphone split. Play Pretty Tuffy while I'm on some pretty tone shit. Verbal assassin, my architect pleases. When I was 12, I went to hell for snuffing Jesus.
Right, yeah.
Nasty Nas is a rebel to America. Police murderer, I'm causing hysteria. My troops roll up with a strange force.
Serch knows the whole verse because he's telling you this is why he had to get signed.
Locked in a cage and lit out by the main source. Swimming in women like the lifeguard. Put on a bulletproof. I strike hard. Kidnap the president's wife without a plan. And hang it like the Ku Klux Klan. I melt Mike's.
Yeah, he left out the N-word.
Till the sound waves over.
He knew how to rap that without saying the N-word.
Before stepping to me.
Damn, MC Serch is such an executive. That's why he's smart. He's a dope rapper and a pioneer of rap, but then now he's like the businessman. He's like the guy behind the scenes, but he also still raps, but he doesn't have to. He just does it because he loves it, which I get. Same with me. He just does it because he loves it. But it's like, yo, he's like an NBA player. He's like a dude who played in the NBA and then he became a coach. Yeah, shout out to MC Serch. Definitely, man. No, let's give him a longer round of applause to that. A longer one. Let's give him a longer one. I love this, man. I love this.
You'd rather step to Jehovah. Verbal. That rhyme. So when you're talking about.
Yeah, we didn't need to go to the rest of it because I was about to say that. I was like, the rest of Nas's rhyme gets really fucking crazy. So he stopped it there, and I know why. And he says other crazy shit too. You can't repeat the whole verse. Didn't I just say that? If you repeat the whole verse, people are going to look at you crazy. Like, Nas was just so, what's the terminology they say? So rugged and raw.
I thought it was a donut you tried to glaze me. That verse was that line times 20.
If you're building a home gym right now, you probably think that you need dumbbells, barbells, squat rack, all this different stuff, but after...
Yay, bitch.
Because that was the other record in 1991 where everybody, 91, where everybody was like, rhyme book's gone. Whoever this kid is, he's next up. Period. Whoever he is. Fatal is merciful. Then Fatal. Then Akinelli. Like, Paul had his clique. And everybody was like, whoever those dudes are, they're next up. Period. End of conversation. But no one knew where this kid Nas was. I had met him twice between 91 and 94 because he hung out a lot with G-Rap, and G-Rap was my man. Because G-Rap and I were trying to work on a deal for a kid that he was working on called White Boy. He had an MC named White Boy that was also from Corona. And I would see Nas every now and then, but Nas was this quiet little dude, and I never connected that was the Nas from Live at the Barbecue. Until I saw him at a club called The Vault, a.k.a. Mars, and when he got on stage, first of all, there were like 50 shorties with him on stage, and the crowd went apeshit. And when I tried to get over to him, I couldn't because there was just like 1,000 goons around him. So he was that dude. Period. He was that dude. And I was working on my solo album, and Stretch, Armstrong, and Daddy Reef came to the studio to check me out. I was with Red Hot Levatone and Chubb Rock, and they brought Percy P, they brought the Riddler, they brought Akinelli, and they brought Nasir. They all came to the studio. And we were all chilling, hanging out. And I told Percy P, and I told the Riddler, and I told Ak, like, yo, if you want to jump on, like, whatever you want to do, whatever. And Nas kind of just chilled. He just played the background, which was cool. Like, I wasn't stressing him, vice versa. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning, everybody mashes out, and Nas is still here. And I'm like, yo, what's good? He's like, yo, can I talk to you for a minute? I was like, yeah, of course. He's like, yo, Reef and Stretch offered me this deal on Big Beat. My lawyer's telling me to sign it, but I feel kind of funny about it. Would you mind taking a look at it for me? Tell me what you think. And I had already signed OC, and I had him, I was getting him set up because Fudge Pudge was another beast of a record. And I said, well, I can't do that because you're not signed to me. I can't legally look at any of your documents. Your lawyer will lose his mind. The only way I can look at it is if you're signed to my production company. I said, however, I'll make the deal really simple, so it's not like you're signed to me forever. We'll just do a temporary 60-day deal so that I can look at the deal and I can represent you, and then we'll figure it out. He's like, all right, let me think about it. I was like, cool, no worries. I said, we're here tomorrow. We're going to be working on this song. If you want to jump on it, great. If not, all good. And he gives me £1, he leaves. I didn't expect him to come back. But sure enough, next day he comes back at like midnight. He puts like 3 or 4 blunts on the table at Chung King. We start pulling. And at the end of the night, he's like, all right, send the contract to my lawyer. I'll sign it. And then I want you to go see, Stretch and Reef and see what you can do about it. He goes, because I want the deal, but the deal feels kind of funny to me. So I sent it over to his attorney. Within 15 minutes, I get a fax back. fax back that he signed it. So the first thing I do is I go to Russell. and Russell's with Tracy Waples at the time, and they're in his crib, and I play the demo, which is Halftime, It Ain't Hard to Tell, and I'm a Villain. I play for Russ and Tracy, and Russell says, just knee jerk. He sounds like G-Rap, and G-Rap don't sell no records. I'm not interested. I was like, cool, out. I'm not negotiating with you. Good, you just gave me the pass. I gave you respect because you signed me. I was loyal to you. You said no, I'm out.
Let me go back to that.
I go to Stretch, and I go to Reef, and I said, fellas, look, your family.
Go back.
We start pulling, and great.
Sorry, I gotta just hear this part one more
can't
time.
do. I was getting him set up because Fudge Pudge was another beast of a record, and I said, well, I can't do that because you're not signed to me. I can't legally look at any of your documents. Your lawyer will lose his mind. The only way I can look at it is if you're signed to my production company. I said, however, I'll make the deal really simple, so it's not like you're signed to me forever. We'll just do a temporary 60-day deal so that I can look at the deal and I can represent you, and then we'll figure it out. He's like, all right, let me think about it. I was like, cool, no worries. I said, we're here tomorrow. We're going to be working on this song. If you want to jump on it, great. If not, all good. Sure. So I sent it over to his attorney. Within 15 minutes, I get a fax back. fax back that he signed it. So the first thing I do is I go to Russell. And Russell's with Tracy Waples at the time, and they're in his crib, and I play the demo, which is...
Let's make sure that we make note of that's Russell Simmons, right? Not just Russell. For those of you that don't know, Russell Simmons, who I believe who's the head of Def Jam, the multi-billionaire who moved out of the United States because the government was after him. So then he moved to like Bali or something like that. So let's just make sure that we clarify that's the Russell that he's talking about. The Russell that he's talking about is a very powerful man.
It's Halftime, It Ain't Hard to Tell, and I'm a Villain. I play for Russ and Tracy, and Russell says, just knee jerk. He sounds like G-Rap, and G-Rap don't sell no records. I'm not interested. I was like, cool, out. I'm not negotiating with you. Good, you just gave me the pass. I gave you respect because you signed me. I was loyal to you. You said no, I'm out. I go to Stretch, and I go to Reef, and I said, fellas, look, your family, I'm not trying to fuck with y'all, but I saw the deal you offered them. It ain't right. I said, this ain't 1988. We can't offer the greatest MC of all time a deal like this. I don't want him to go anywhere. I just want you to make the deal better. Just make the deal better. And Reef and Stretch, they were put in a very uncomfortable position. So they're like, come on, man, don't do this. The deal was already done. I was like, yeah, and I understand that. And I said, trust me, I'm not trying to hurt anybody here. I'm just telling you the deal ain't right. And you can't sign this kid. It's not right. It's not right. And again, you need to talk to Craig Howman, who is the head of Big Beat. He needs to make the deal right. That's all I'm saying. So we talked for six hours back and forth. And they played hardball. And Reef came down and he's like, yeah, Craig said that's the deal, take it or leave it. I was like, ping, out, bye. Go across the street to Black Rock. I go see Faith Newman, who had worked on the third bass stuff when she was at Def Jam. And all I said to Faith was, I signed Nas. And she said, I'll be right back. And she left the room, and I sat there for 2 hours. She comes back, and her boss at the time was this guy, David Kahn. And she was like, you're not leaving the building until we have a deal for Nas. So I said, fine. How many points does Billy Joel have? And that was our starting point, and that's how I negotiated the deal. They gave him probably the fairest deal I've ever negotiated, ever in my career. I then went to Zamba, same day. Already had this deal, which was very fair, high points, low risk for them because we didn't take a lot of money to make the album. Nice size bonus for him. It was signing advance, so it wasn't recoupable against his album.
My God, it worked? It worked, dude. I told you it's legit.
Sorry about the ads. I apologize for it, but yeah, this is a good little interview that Vlad did with him. This is the closest I think I saw what he was kind of talking about last night.
Points, really high points. Went to Zamba. I said, I got this kid Nas. This is what the album looks like. This is what his shares are going to be. They said, how much do you want? So I said, fine, this is what I want. And they said, well, how much of the publishing you own? I said, I don't own any of it. I just want a 5% admin fee. I'm not going to take a publishing deal. Done. I go to Nas. I go to his mom's apartment, and I handed him 2 checks. I said, we're done. Right? So he's like, he moved his mom out. But the thing that people don't understand is with a production deal, and I'm not going to get too deep in the weeds, but with a production deal.
His mom out? What happened?
Done. I go to Nas. I go to his mom's apartment, and I handed him 2 checks. I said, we're done. right? He's like, you know, he moved his mom out, but our shares are going to be. They said, how much do you want? So I said, fine, this is what I want. And they said, well, how much of the publishing you own? I said, I don't own any of it. I just want a 5% admin fee. I'm not going to take a publishing deal. Done. I go to Nas. I go to his mom's apartment, and I handed him 2 checks. I said, we're done. Right? He's like, you know, he moved his mom out. But the thing that people don't understand is with a production deal, and I'm not going to get too deep in the weeds, but with a production deal, just because you have a guy signed to your production deal doesn't mean that you can just sign him over to the label as you. There's a contract called an at-will agreement, which means that the artist has to agree to the at-will, regardless.
Damn, that's pretty crazy.
If the points are amazing, it still means the at-will attaches you, and then the points are assigned to you. So his attorney sat me down with my attorney and said, Nas appreciates everything you did, but we're not going to sign the at-will. We want to sign directly to the label. And my lawyer starts talking. I said, don't talk. I got up. I went to Nas and I said, I wish you the best of luck. And I left. Because I knew he couldn't sign that deal at Sony. He couldn't. Because they couldn't bypass me. And what I was asking for was extremely fair. Extremely fair. Way less than Puffy got for Big. Way less than Dre got for Snoop. Way less than Baby got for Wayne. Because for me, Vlad, I couldn't be the Jew benefiting from the black man in front of me. I wasn't going to be that guy. I wasn't going to be Ahmet Erdogan and Aretha Franklin. I wasn't going to be Leor and Russell and every act that they signed. Like, I couldn't be that guy. No matter how much I could have benefited, I couldn't sleep with myself at night. So I wanted him to win. I'll be fine. I'll figure myself out. And sure enough, an hour later, they were like, yeah, we'll sign. Not a problem.
He did say something like that last night on the call. Let's jump up on here real quick to say this real quick. He said something like that where he goes like, where he just said about Nas, like he wanted Nas to eat. And he knew that if he made Nas successful, that he would figure something else out too. You know what I mean? Which makes sense. So he knew by signing Nas that it would make everybody successful. It wasn't just make him successful, which he said he could have done, or make just Nas successful, but like everybody was winning, I guess. You know what I mean? Or what he says right here is what it sounds like. But I remember yesterday, that's what he said on the call. He was like, yo, man, as long as you eat and you make sure your peoples eat and everybody's eating, basically, like everybody around you is eating, then everybody's going to be good for the most part. Everybody's going to be happy. So I was just like, yo. And he's a guy who already did it. And not only did he do it, but he did it with some of the greatest ever in the industry of music. Possibly not even just of rap and hip hop, because we already know how influential hip hop is. So technically, it's like beyond that. Like we could just say in pop culture or music, period. We could just say it like that. But yeah, he's dropping some jewels right here on the Vlad interview. But like I said, see, that's why I like Vlad, because I know that Vlad, you know, he knows how to pull that out of the people that he's interviewing. I respect Vlad.
So he signed, and you know the rest is history. But you know what people don't realize is that Nas's first week of sales, he sold 165,000 albums, April 20th. That week, he became a millionaire. He was already unrecouped.
Damn. So he became yo, really? Really? So you're telling me that Nas became a millionaire in a week? Yo.
65,000 history, but you know what people don't realize is that Nas's first week of sales, he sold 165,000 albums, April 20th. That week, he became a millionaire. He was already unrecouped. I mean, he was already recouped, excuse me. Became a millionaire the first week. And everything after that only made his wealth grow more and more.
That's crazy, man. That's some real hip hop shit right there, man. And like that's another thing. Not only did he become super rich, man, the fact that he did that off of hip hop is also what's crazy. Many may come, but few were chosen. Just wanted to pull it up real quick. I don't know why they got a picture of Ninth Wonder right there. That's weird. Yeah, MC Serch was also the executive producer of this album. Now, I'm glad that we brought up this album on the stream because I told him that I felt that this album was dope, but Illmatic was more of my favorite, which I'm sure he's cool either way because what's it called? He's involved in both of them, right? Let me pull this up real quick. But yeah, man, executive producer, right? And I'm trying to see if we could find where it's at. So when Nas did this album, he's already young, but a millionaire. Dope. Yeah, that's why him and Jay-Z had to go at each other. That makes sense. Tuh, the third base.
Like practical points. One we were talking about when I came to you and did.
And even Public Enemy records was always underground, but they were selling to the people. It seemed like they were dissing almost.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. And they were selling
in Europe with the entire
audience being white.
Yeah. You know, so here with Black Planet, the entire audience is white.
Wow.
So I was doing consulting for Nike in 1993. Right. I was working with a guy named Mark Ray and a woman named Kim White. And I played them a record where Nas said, "I'm a Nike head. I wear chains that excite the fans." Right. And I said to them point blank, "You should probably give me like 50 bands right now for this mention. Because I promise you what's going to happen is as soon as every kid in Queens hears this, they're going to hang up their Timbs and go buy Nikes."
Right.
And I was able to get them a check.
Wow.
Right? Just because I was consulting them and they believed me. But what I did was when I started working with Mark Echo and Echo Unlimited.
Big up Mark Echo.
Right? So, yeah, and it's funny you talk about, anniversaries. Right. This is the 30th anniversary of Echo. Yeah. Right? When we started it, Mark always had this philosophy of like, okay, we have to do natural integration, but commercialize it, right? So we were talking about like when I did the CNN,
I remember.
Echo, we went to the building. Because I said, "Yo, where do you smoke? Where do y'all go hang out and smoke?" He's like, "Oh, we go to." So I shot, and everything was grainy and it looked like we captured it and then we dipped. Right. When I shot Prodigy, may rest in peace, and Mobb Deep, they were on 40 side of Vernon, hanging off on the bench. Right. So it was about having those voices in the room that could say, "This is what's credible. This is what's real. This is what feels real because it is real." And we're talking to the artists because we're not coming up with some catchphrase that a bunch of people. Right. So like all the catchphrases, like me and Busta were talking about it when we did his. It was him and his son Taziah, who's now 30 something, right? And his son had to go use the bathroom. And we like, "Do you want to go with Taziah?" He's like, "No, let him pull his pants down. He'll figure it out." I was like, that's the quote. And that was the quote. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it was real to what he was experiencing while he was in the clothes, while he was wearing the clothes. That was what was missing for me and Pete's era in 91. That's why we couldn't do Kentucky Fried Chicken ads. That's why we couldn't do, because there was no one in there that we could correlate our realness, our authenticity, and then have that become an eco-siloed fucking
no
ad
synergy
campaign.
in it, right?
No, just zero. But with Echo, what gravitated everybody to Echo is, they're real. Yeah. They got the real dudes, they got the real Dodge,
Because in retrospect, right?
And the bag was real.
Yeah,
like the bag.
That's what I was saying. Living in that time, right? It was kind of crazy to say that we got messed up contracts, but let's not take this money from over here because we'll be corny for taking that money over there. Are we saying that we didn't care about our families back then?
No, what we're saying is but listen, but here's the other side of it.
Like if you say, because you say Michael Jordan, they always say that Michael Jordan had one of the least powerful contracts in the NBA. But he made all this money through Nike and all this other shit. So he had a chance to hire good players around him. So what I'm saying is, back then, if our contracts were so fucked up back then, why was it fucked up for us to make it somewhere else? That's what, you know what I mean?
And the answer is because you would have been so fucked up that your credibility would have been fucked up.
You would have shot your career in the foot.
Yeah, you would have shot your career in the
But even though it doesn't make sense.
No, it does. It totally makes sense. If somebody's a cornball, and Nori, one thing about you,
right.
If somebody's a cornball, you fucking with them to this day.
Look, but I ain't gonna lie. Look,
if somebody's a cornball,
and Birdman, they co-signed Lugs, and they still survived.
Yeah, but I don't think that bag was that serious.
But they ad was that serious. Nobody listened to them.
But nobody fucked with Uggs, and nobody really fucked with Uggs regardless. Like
That's
no one
true.
went out and
Okay.
fucked with Uggs,
Lugs.
like Lugs, whatever they're called.
Okay.
Nobody fucked with it because that shit was fugazi.
Okay.
And everybody knew it was a bad grab.
Right.
Remember when they wanted us to be on Beverly Hills 90210? Donnie Einer and Tommy Mottola were begging us.
I would have.
This would be so great for your life.
There's an episode where that whole crew of kids goes to the
Well, it
club,
depends what the scene
and there's
is.
a band playing. We're the band, and one of the kids gets slipped to Mickey. They get
Mickey's
in the
in it?
hospital, whatever.
A roofie,
whatever.
Yeah.
And sure enough, the group gets involved in the whole it's a Scooby-Doo episode or whatever.
like,
you know?
yo,
And,
drugs are bad.
but we were just like,
Let's see if they were telling anything else that we need to see.
That they'll get because
Yeah, before
There were two brothers
I get up out of here, let's see if there was anything else that they were saying that was important. I mean, I'm sure they were, but like I said, it's going to be different on the stream. That's what I was looking for.
Yo, that album, Word Life.
Legendary.
Anyway,
Okay.
Anyway, so right after that, we put together nonfiction, right? So Ill Bill, Eclipse, Sabak, Gore-Tex. I'll never forget
Ill Bill's
what
cool.
David Geffen and Wendy Goldberg said to me. They said, I don't need this group to be underground. I need this group to get with Dre and be the next one.
Oh shit, that's
Next
crazy.
House of Pain. And I'm like, no, they're the hip hop Ramones. I
Right.
said this in 96. I said, they're the hip hop Ramones. They're never going to need a hit record and they're going to tour for the rest of their fucking life. And you have to figure out how to monetize the records because we're going to monetize their career.
Right.
You figure that shit out. I don't know how to fucking do what you do on the alternative hip hop side, but they're the hip hop Ramones. Be clear.
What label is this?
Geffen.
They were on a major?
Yeah. So what we had done,
Nonfiction.
so how we did it was we had them on a major, but we put out records independently through Fat Beats.
Right, okay.
So the
That's how I remember them, right.
Alias Christ
Yeah.
and all of that was still Geffen, but we were treating it like an indie, but Geffen was funding everything.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's early because that ended up happening a lot later
Right,
on.
exactly right. That was the first time that a major label allowed an incubator program to happen. And
Wow.
30 years later, thank goodness, Nonfiction is still touring, and they are the Ramones of hip hop. Like they will tour forever.
Was Company Flow already out?
No, they came after.
Oh, wow.
LP, so
So
they
who,
came
then,
after.
let's name. Didn't Eminem have like? Wait, we got Bubba Sparks. Let's not forget Bubba
That's
Sparks.
later. Yeah, right.
But that was Timberland. So
I had
Bubba
this kid
Sparks and
Cage.
Bubba Sparks and Timberland.
Because like with N2 Deep, like N2 Deep had to pretend not to be Latin.
Right.
Because, you know.
Lighter shade of brown.
Yeah, lighter shade of brown. They had to pretend not to be Latino. Because there was no category. Like,
Because if you're Kid Frost, you're too Latino.
oh my God,
Right.
your head would explode.
But he's
Like,
on
the fuck you
Ruthless,
do with
like,
them?
you know, like.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I had a group, and I hope they're watching. They were from South America called Sete Notas, Sete Colores. They had a record called
That sounds like
Bois.
they fucking somebody up.
Yo, this record was called Bois. And all it record was the noise that the pistol made in the club. Your head ducks down. In Spanish, they said the head ducks down because the pistol go Bois, Bois. I was open. Couldn't get these motherfuckers a deal to save my life.
Right.
Couldn't get them a deal to say, but Siete Notas, Siete Colores, I still listen to your shit to this day. That record was fire.
And
Fire.
I had this kid Cage who, in his demo for Faith Newman, said he was going to catch a Sony exec with the sword off in his chest. You know, so like he was not getting signed. He was kind of like, and he had beef with Eminem. I guess they battled a little bit, but he was kind of like a version of Eminem before Eminem could be, you know, deciphered and with Dre. You know,
So
like,
here's a trivia question.
Hold on, let me say something real quick. It seems like this is obviously me outside looking in, it's the inside looking out. But it seems like once that person is at the top, it's like all they go at the top. Like they want an Eminem spot. Like I remember one year, I felt like Eminem. It felt like whoever got hot, like Eminem had to like shut them down.
Yeah.
But it felt like they were attacking him.
No, I mean, but M was attacking. He said, "What? I'm nicer than Pete. I'm on a search across your milk bone." Like, yo, he was going after everybody.
But that was his thing.
Like, yeah,
Right,
but he was
right.
going after everybody. But the point I was just going to say to you is like, you're talking about white rappers, right? Who's
This is
the
a
only
white
white
rapper
rapper?
show.
Who's the only white rapper to do a record with Biggie?
M, but not alive.
No. Yeah.
Not M. M did a record post. Who's
Yes.
the only white rapper
Oh.
to do a record with Biggie?
You're supposed to be Googling, like texting
Didn't
me. and
Biggie
shit.
mention Milk
Like,
Bone?
come on, like,
Didn't he mention Milk Bone in the verse?
want to call a friend?
Long Island?
I hope it's not.
So the
I
answer
feel like
is-
you're going to say it's you.
No, I'm not going to say it. So the answer is R.A. the Rugged Man.
Oh,
R.A.
really?
Yeah, R.A. had Biggie in the studio. So, and I say, and I
Which is
say that
Wu-Tang
to say,
affiliate, right.
but I say that to say there was like this incredible movement for about 2 years between 94 and 96,
Right.
where all these underground MCs, Eclipse, you remember this too, like 94, 96, there was all these really dope white MCs that people were like, yo, this kid's.
Well, the underground was perfect for that because it didn't discriminate. It's just you're just dope. You're dope.
And Big
Go,
was
you know?
hot. Big was hot. And he did this record with fucking, and it was perfect. Because RA was crazy out his mind. Fucking Biggie was on that shit. It was crazy.
I gotta go back and listen to that record.
Yeah, man, that shit is crazy. So the point is, there was this period of time, and how it kind of went left, not to his demise, not to his fault, but M became a rocket ship.
Why? Because he became so much that it's too much.
Hi, my name is, and everybody's like, oh, that's the theorem.
Yeah.
That's the theory. Everything else goes to fat beats. Everything else goes indie. And if we don't find that, then it's not worth making.
And that's kind of the way the Beastie Boys were differently earlier. I mean,
Even though M comes from that. Because he comes through the fat beats. He comes through all that.
Right. Game, you know, Bad vs. Evil, him and Royce. Like, you know what I mean?
Infinite album, like the
but there was that trajectory that Hi, My Name Is, and it was over.
And Dre, because Dre is the formula that takes it to that level.
Obviously.
Exactly. That's what I said.
So, you know, and there was that, and then you look into like, and then really think about it.
Yo, so
98.
See, that's probably why you gotta give me props. That's why Serch was on the phone with me for so long, because that's exactly what I said. I said that Dre, or maybe I didn't say it necessarily on that stream, but I know I've said it before. But maybe we touched on it a little bit, where it's like Dre was a big part of Eminem's success. Like, Eminem would have always been dope. But I really do believe that Eminem being signed with Dr. Dre
90
is what made him it's like what catapulted him to another stratosphere. Like, oh wait, you're with a white boy from Detroit is working with NWA, Dr. Dre from NWA. Yeah, it's pretty crazy if you think about it. Even to this day. Like, that's like that concept is like, oh, Dr. Dre from NWA, niggas with attitudes, is working with the white boy. Yeah, man. That's pretty crazy if you really think about it. It's like, no wonder Eminem is successful. He had to be. There's no way he couldn't be. All he had to do was just know how to rap. That's all you have to do at that point. It's like, you're a white boy from Detroit that's down with Dr. Dre. All you have to do is just know how to rap good. Just know how to rap good, man. You're straight. Your life is taken care of. Just know how to rap. Sometimes you got to know how to rap. That's why he says in 8 Mile, you only get one shot. You got to lose yourself in the music. Probably one of his best songs, actually. Top 5 for sure. Yeah. Yeah, man. All right, I'll play a little bit more before we get up out of here. But yeah, this is interesting.
89, 2000. Name a white MC that made any impact besides them. 2001, 2002.
Bubba Sparks, I was saying that, right?
Bubba had one record, 1997, 98.
Nah, Bubba lasted like a couple of albums.
Yeah.
I mean, but that one record was enough
96,
to keep him
97,
alive.
98. 96, 97, 98,
Okay.
Bubba era for Timberland.
No, I think Bubba was like more 2000. Yeah, Bubba was like more 2000, yeah.
All right. So, but 2001, 2002, 2003.
Until you get to like Yellow Wolf.
One record, 2005, 2006.
Try our team for 7 days, and if you're not impressed, you don't even have to pay us. We will help you.
What is he talking about?
What you have to do is sit for a couple.
I'm still going by the way.
GK down the line.
2007.
Yellow Wolf
It
and
wasn't
GK.
until Action Bronson.
Action Bronson.
2009, 2008.
Wow.
That you started to have, oh, maybe there can be more than one.
Right.
Maybe there can be, oh, here comes Jack Harlow out of Kentucky.
Jack
with
Harlow.
Fucking putting out records in 2012.
Which is the changing.
Yeah, he flopped hard, though. Jack Harlow just flopped real hard. Pause.
Of the way that music is being
The gatekeepers are now gone.
Consumed. Right.
There's no more gatekeepers.
Because then you have blogger era
Yeah,
going
this
into
is
this era, going into this era, and SoundCloud or
right,
whatever.
So the strength and Mac Miller. If
Mac
there was
Miller,
no
right,
Rostrum,
right.
there's no
Mac
Mac
Miller,
Miller.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So again, the white rapper, the plight of the white rapper was the gatekeeper.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And the black cosign.
Right.
And then you eliminate all of that just by making music. Who's this girl now? Georgiana? She's killing the fucking internet right now.
Wait, the girl that be rapping on the mic?
From Indy.
I hope she's rapping on the mic.
Michigan City, Indiana. She's fucking killing them.
Yeah, I like her.
She's fucking killing them.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
But we're in a period of time now where we're 50 years plus in. There's no generational gap for these kids. I look at an artist like Bodie James, right? Bodie's killing them right now.
Yeah, you brought
Does a
that
record
up.
with Harry Fraud. No one cares. Right? Producers is different. Like you could be a white producer and be dope.
Right.
Scott Storch, right?
Right.
Alchemist. Yes.
Congratulations to him too. Album of the year, you know what I'm saying? Producer of the year, like
been killing it.
You know,
nonstop.
yeah, forever.
Right.
But there's always been
Green Lance, Graham Jones.
Yo, shout out to them for sure.
Yeah, but there's always been this gatekeeper level that's like, okay, this is where you can be. You can be a spectator, but not a participator. And the one thing that the internet did, the good thing, was it allowed the gatekeepers to fall back. I'm not saying it allows a lot of great music to come out because that's a whole other different story, but at least it allows artists to be artists. And then you make up the decision whether they're dope or not.
I think what the internet did is it took away the divisions between the different underground scenes. Because in the underground scene, if you're dope, you're dope. That's it. That's all that mattered. If you're whack, you're whack. And it took away. The internet's like, okay, now we can see these different underground scenes and we can connect it in this one big underground scene.
No, I love the 8-Ball MJG shit when he played Glorilla and gave her a fucking flowers and said she really represents Memphis the right way.
Right.
Because that's ultimately what I want. Like for Far Rockaway, King Streets represents Rockaway the right way. Moolah represents Rockaway the right way. Like I want the artists that like come from our hood, I want them to represent my hood the right way. You know what I'm saying? And there's artists that do that in every hood, in every genre. It doesn't matter what kind of music. Right. You just want to make sure they represent your hood the right way.
And at the Hip Hop Museum, we're trying to represent everything that you just mentioned and think about all the different artists, all the different platforms. It's just so hard to bring under one roof and try to represent it all properly.
Right.
It's insane.
Well,
it's almost impossible.
Quick Time with Slime's about to be insane.
Ready.
Rappers out of control.
We got to bring that Rich in.
Okay, let's go.
He's going to be your designated drinker. He's going to be a designated
drinker. You gonna drink for him?
Yeah.
You gonna drink for him? Yeah. Right. Yeah, okay, all right, cool, let's go. The job.
Give me.
Brooklyn.
Oh, yeah.
Set him up. You got the mic?
Everyone's
Set him
going?
up.
All right. You got to explain them the game so they know.
Well, so for this game is not to pin anybody against each other, it's to bring up stories.
No, versus. Let's do concerts. Who would you want to see third base on the road with?
Nice and smooth.
Public Enemy.
Oh, that'd be crazy.
I like nice and smooth.
These are all good answers.
Yeah, I like Nice and Smooth.
By the way, there is no wrong answer. I was just
Can be. It's all legendary classics.
We were thinking with that boy Van Soto, the Squash Beef Tour, all the groups that had.
Yo, that's crazy. Yo, let me tell you something.
That would be ill.
You know what's crazy though, and I will say this: after the press hit,
Naughty by Nature?
no, they have beef internally. After the word hit, Drez called me on Monday and said, "Yo, me and Long made peace."
Wow.
He said, "Me and Long made peace," and there's like all of these like I hear rumblings that Everlast is talking to fucking Danny Boy again, and this one's talking to this.
Oh, they have
one.
beef?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Or they-
You know, but I'm just hearing like even like word is Pete Rock and CL Smooth. Like I don't know, but I know that like Drez called me, and said, "Yo, we made peace. If you and Pete could do it, we can do it."
You know what I'd like to see? You guys with Hammer on tour.
That would never. That would
only those boys.
Yeah. No, I mean, honestly, like I said, man, I would love to make amends to that man. You know what I'm saying?
I think Hammer's a super legend, to be honest with you, man.
I think the beef squash will work because y'all still have totally different algorithms.
Exactly.
Like,
I don't believe. I think that it could work. No, I think it could work. I think it could work.
I don't think we have the same fan.
I think it could work, man. I think it could work.
I mean, I think a lot of shit could work.
Hey, yo, they moved Nas's mom out of the projects, though.
I like to do a reality.
I was just reading up on that right now.
Y'all ready?
Yes.
Oh, let me get my Mama Juana ready.
You see, they're playing drinking games. I think it's safe to say. That the interview that we did with MC Serch yesterday, I'm studying this right now with y'all too on the line. I feel like it's safe to say that I think our interview was better. Like, no disrespect, though. No disrespect to Drink Champs. As a matter of fact, I think it's DJ Enough, right? Yeah, he said some shit on Twitter, or I said something on Twitter, or a comment on Twitter, and he was like, responded like, yo, respect, man, or whatever. So, yeah, I ain't got no problem with them. I'm not trying to say nothing on that, but, yeah, man. I don't know, man. I think, like, they're like, hey, let's play drinking games. So, who do you want to see us go on tour with? Like, we weren't talking about that, right? We were talking about, like, more realism. But, yo, that's dope. I was looking up some of the stories where he's like, yo, Nas's mom just wanted to get out of the projects. So they were able to make enough money to move her out of the projects. It's pretty dope, man. It's crazy, man. Just like the fact that he was able to do that with hip hop. Like he was able to rap and become a rap superstar. That's crazy, man. Imagine that, man. Yeah, because some of the songs that he has. Let's see what this one's about real quick. Yo, but I thank y'all for tuning in, man. I really appreciate y'all. I was about to get up out of here. I just wanted to make sure we covered as much as we could cover.
MC Serch is the original Eminem.
The school.
Nah. MC Serch paved the way for Eminem. I want to say
I can step into a room with other educated people and feel that I'm equal to them.
All right. Yeah, we'll just play a little clip. See
The
if we
reason
can.
me and my old partner got signed to Def Jam was because of Battle for World Supremacy at the New Music Seminar.
All right.
I remember every dude I smoked on that fucking stage. Every dude. So Ronin Rowe was the first one. Then it was the Young MC, second round.
The Young MC?
Yep, the Young MC.
I don't see
Then it was. Third kid I battled that day. And it was I battled rhyming off the top of my head. And they had Dismasters were famous for like doing mama jokes in their rhymes. You know? So I was like, yo, I'm just gonna come at, because you can't be writing rhymes off paper, what you think? And the crowd was like, oh! And I was like, wait. And then I looked and I said, yo, I just served you, son. 3, 2, 1, my job's done. And the fucking timer went off. Burn. He could have said some old neck shit. He was done.
Yeah.
But then, so
Yo, we can always go back and watch these interviews, but I want to say thank y'all for tuning in, man. I'm about to jump up out of here. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. We're going to go watch these interviews. We're going to study them. Shout out to everybody that was on the stream, though. Shout out to Quantum. Shout out to the other homies. Chino or Chinito Mafioso. Thank you, man. You were the one that shouted out these interviews so we could do our research on which we needed to. The one and only, I really appreciate you. Of course, everybody else, thank you. Yeah, we got to go work on the video and post that video up that's supposed to be up tomorrow. But yes, I appreciate all y'all.